How's it going, everyone? And welcome to another episode of No Excuses. Still not playing Dawn Trail with your favorite show host, Aristel.
Venerian.
Dawn Trail's a thing, isn't it? That's a game that
Yeah.
exists. I'd forgotten. And Vorcel, I'm here to bring you the latest news and games commentary for the week that was. Though it's a little bit questionable how much news of import there was, since mostly what people have been talking about lately has been the floppening, which has been
It has been the floppening, yes. So much
highly
read,
entertaining.
so much laughter.
So much cope. My goodness.
So much cope.
Well,
And a good amount of trolling as well.
if you supported the state propaganda that much, you could have paid for it, but not even y'all bought it.
Yes, so if you'd like to get involved with the show, you can do so by sending us email, noexcusesvtw@gmail.com. You can follow us on the Twitter at noexcusesvtw, or you can join us in the Discord server, which you can get to by clicking on the link provided underneath the show description on YouTube.
Yes, indeed. So, yeah, this week I've been keeping one eye on the news, and it has all been either maniacal cackling or seething cope. Sometimes from the same person, actually, which is highly amusing. But, yeah, the floppening is in full effect, and we can add a couple more games to that list now. Yeah. Unfortunately, though, this whole situation is not surprising in the slightest.
Yeah, I mean, to some extent, I don't mind that much, because it's, it's one of those things which is sort of satisfying to see just desserts being dished out. I mean, it speaks depressingly of the state of the industry in the West, for sure, but it also has sort of like, my gut feeling on the matter is that it's essentially providing like Chinese studios with a how-to on what not to do.
Mm-hmm. Which Hoyoverse at least has taken notice of.
Yeah, well, I mean, you've also got the Black Myth Wukong devs.
Yep.
They've taken note what does and does
Yep.
not work. Can't find a resurrection item in my inventory.
With any luck, we'll start seeing some of that happen in the West now that the big name flops are starting to floppening. So, but it's been predicted that there'd be a video game crash in some form, and this might be it.
In the West, I think they're going, especially in the West, and any Eastern companies that have jumped on board with the current Western nonsense. Yeah, they're probably in for a pretty rough ride here. But
yeah. So you can add the new Star Wars game to the list of flops, which should surprise really no one. It's a double whammy. It's Ubisoft and it's Star Wars at this point. And yeah, nothing good comes from either these days. You've got the new Assassin's Creed coming up on the horizon, which is also shaping up to be a big flop.
Yeah, something that I was highly suspicious of, though, was like the amount of like overwhelmingly saccharine positivity that surrounded that new Sony platformer. It was like, I did not know whether to trust it or not.
Yeah,
because they have a desperate need to astroturf some positivity right now. From the Sony first party contingent. So, like, even if that game is great, I'm sort of inclined to suspect it.
Yeah,
from what we've AstroTurf job.
From what I saw of it, the bit of gameplay they've shown off, it looks like it's a cute and competent platformer. It doesn't do anything new, but it doesn't do anything wrong either. It's incredibly twee, but beyond that,
you need the Dendro Dragon in the desert.
I always need the Dendro Dragon. That will never not be a thing. And
yeah.
then we've got to do Jeff.
Yeah, we'll go beat up Jeff.
Because there's no
people.
way I'm not going to pull Shalona if it gives me a chance to revive the Ningguang team.
You have no idea how happy I was doing the Pokemon event when it let me name the Puffball Bubba. Well, Bubbles, but close enough.
Close enough. Bubba for short. So
Who would give up Bubbles? What kind of monster would do that?
I don't know, but it's an option, and there must be. I've never seen anybody testify that they picked it. Okay, we're speaking very obliquely, but there is basically there's an event in Star Rail where there's a mascot creature like Pikachu, effectively, that accompanies you throughout the adventure, and you have the option to do the Star Rail equivalent of giving him up to a zoo at the end, but it's entirely optional. You can just choose to keep him on the Astral Express with you.
He's got his own little corner in the next to the room cabins and everything.
If you pull into Herta space station, he gets off and stands staring out the window, near the train though.
That's sad.
Oh, he's hanging out there too. Even if you keep him. I don't know if it was just for one quest I had active.
I'm talking about like in general. Like in his description says that as well, that he moves between the space station and the Astral Express at will, given the opportunity.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Oh, so it's not like Asta doesn't get to see him if you keep him.
He still visits the space station. But he's just a collector's item to Asta because Asta's a rich girl, and she's pretty open about this. That's like, I only see him as a curiosity. It's not a person to me like he is to you. So it's better if you keep him. But for some reason, if you're a monster, you can give him up.
But why would you want to do that?
Because you're a monster.
Don't want to give Bubbles 11 home or Puffball or whatever you call him. Like 5 pre-can names you can.
All right, I am now finally at the edge of the fabled hole. It's it's a hole. I'm not sure really what I was expecting.
So
we call it that for a reason,
Yes, it's because it's a hole.
Don't worry, you don't know half of the hole.
Yeah, I'm not going to go exploring into the hole just yet, because that's a whole thing. Yeah, hole. But it's a hole.
Yeah, we weren't being hyperbolic or trying to mislead you with the information. It's just a effing hole.
It's just a big old hole.
Yeah, so I can't kill anything. By the way,
yeah, I had no health on Farina, so she would have died immediately in the next phase if I didn't spend some time basking in the healing stream totem.
Yeah. All right. Shall we dive into weeks then?
Yep, go for it.
As you like it.
All right. My week's been fairly chill on this front. I've only done a little bit more Final Fantasy. I did the next dungeon in the line, which was fun. Actually, the dungeons are really good. It's just everything else in between.
Generally speaking, the average quality of the dungeons is quite high. They've got their rough spots and they've got their great spots, but overall it's quite good. That was never really our complaint.
Took me a couple of tries to figure out what the tell on that last boss was properly, but yeah, that's because I was half asleep at the time.
Well, that's also fine for your first time through a dungeon. Your first time through a dungeon getting whopped occasionally, or a mechanic being a little harder, not sight readable. I'm okay with that.
Yeah. Yeah, it turns out it is sight readable. It's just how smooth is your brain, and because that's that snake that does the sweeping slashes across the arena. And I found the only real safe spot to be is where he doesn't slash on the first swing. Everywhere else is suspect.
As usual, the shield didn't protect me, so Farina's down. This is going to take a while.
But that's another thing I think that is highly frustrating for Dawn Trail is everything that is not the MSQ is actually quite good.
Well, except for their class design. Their class design still has a lot of holes. But
it does.
I found something interesting this week, and from Squeenix themselves that showed the number of controller players versus keyboard players in the West and the East.
Oh, that would be interesting.
So in Japan, it's something like 70% of the player base uses controller.
Oh, okay.
PCs were latecomers. Like most people in Japan were console players of Final Fantasy.
And then it's the inverse in the West. Only 30% use controller in the West.
That's surprisingly uninteresting because it's just a representative of the gaming machines preferred in those territories.
Yeah.
Yeah, typically in the West, MMOs have always been a PC thing.
I was
No,
It
it's,
really
like
owes
I
to
said,
the
it's
date.
gaming generally. This isn't about MMOs. This is a gaming generally thing.
It
Yeah.
is, yeah.
the reason I found it surprising is because of their button design philosophy, their ability to design philosophy in Final Fantasy, when the majority of their home country does not play on mouse and keyboard. But it also speaks to why they might have just decided to make Viper the way it is, for example. With
And then like totally not address any of the older classes.
yeah.
Yeah, they did say that they weren't going to do anything really with the classes this expansion. That's all set up for next expansion, at least as
Is it
according to them.
though?
Yeah,
Like my faith in Squeenix has been dramatically shaken.
Yeah, but that's what Yoshi P was saying. So
they said that directly after player feedback started to reach a point where homogeneity was
Yeah.
getting out of hand, and people were hating on the 2-minute meta because it forced that homogeneity.
yeah, it's also that you're getting a lot of bloat with characters, and even though they've trimmed the buttons down over the years, they're still just bloat. So we'll have to see what form that takes in, 18 months.
Did that invite go through?
No.
No, I'm doing whatever you're doing over there. But so yeah, it was the whole train cutscene, which for some reason was not playable. Why was that not playable?
Yeah,
in any form?
You know how you were putting these cannons on the train that probably in the design document were meant to be a playable minigame section?
That seems like
Yeah.
something that got cut.
The fact that
instead
the
of actually-
your Warrior of Light is glued to one of those cannons the entire cutscene
Oh, abandon this domain.
What have you
is a
done?
bad domain.
Oh, I went in with the Princess again, and that's not gonna work.
Ah,
Yeah, he's kind of tall and far away. I don't know how this boss even works. Like, I've done it twice ever, including the story one.
I cannot for the life of me hit the freaking bubbles we need to hit, or the little automatons we need to hit in the transition during phase 2 for his super attack, and I always lose a character at that.
Why can't you hit them? Like, what is the actual problem?
They're too high up in the air.
Oh.
So anyway, we flogged the dead horse that is Dawn Trail.
It's what speaks volumes here is that you don't seem to have a great deal of motivation.
Not really. Like, I know there is the Arcadian or whatever it's called, fantasy luchadors coming up, and that content looks incredibly good.
Problem is, it's only at the first part of its story, so we still don't really know where it's going to do into it yet. And
Yep.
number 2, that is just your weekly raid fights at the end of the day.
At the end of the day, it is just a raid. Yeah. Like, I do know what's coming up on the horizon, where you've got the whole bit with the Eternals and all of that, which frankly should have been leaning on the same themes that Final Fantasy IX was, and I suspect it was originally intended to. The whole by what metric is a human theme, but from what I've seen, it doesn't do any of that.
You go find
You
the
just
electric.
you just deal with spin, and that's it.
I don't know how to use it though.
Got it.
Also,
I don't.
spin.
You can't expect me to do anything in
The-
here
the-
without telling me how.
Holy crap, there's latency like crazy. So basically what you need to do is pick up the little crystals, and there's lag like crazy on them in multiplayer apparently, to charge up the little bunny, and then go stand on a pad and hit left bumper plus X. Left bumper plus X is use bunny, or switch bunny to bunny shoot mode when we're in phase 2.
There's no left button bumper plus X. That's not a thing.
You have to be on a pad that's active.
I was on a pad. Oh, that's active. So the coloured ones.
Yeah.
Still nothing.
It's incredibly laggy for me.
He
It's
doesn't seem to mind.
Oh,
You're probably just getting a sample of what it's like for me all the time.
yeah. Like I stepped on. Got hopped on.
I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing here.
Uh,
As far as I can tell, you can't do damage.
mostly you just want to let the bunny wear him down. You can help the bunny a little bit, but you can go pick up these crystals to make it go a bit faster by filling up the bunny's energy meter, and then going and shooting him with the bunny's ability. But go. I have trouble getting it to hit every time. This boss is one where they went all in on the spectacle and just did not think too much about their gameplay gimmick. Gonna get whopped. Okay.
This boss requires an explanation. Nothing in it makes any sense.
It's very fancy. I'll give it that.
Okay, this is the thing I can never hit. Things in the
Well,
air.
I don't have any means of helping you, so.
Got that one.
Meanwhile, there is a statue on the far side of the hole, but that means traversing the top edge of the hole. I don't want to do that right now. I'm going to go back the other way.
Evidently, Clorinda can't hit them either.
Did we get him? Okay, we got it. Okay, having you DPS the little one. Now you come back here, you Spider-Man to this thing that's incredibly finicky about its hitbox, and then you Spider-Man to this.
Unfortunately, everything's on cooldown, so I can't do any damage.
Better when you're dead. Oh, not a Mualani friendly section of the boss. There we go. Some tight surfing.
It's just nonsense. I had no idea what was going on at any point. What's the point of making it so elaborate and then leaving no explanation? So the rumored item we need is Mirror of Mushin.
Okay. Yeah, I had been farming in for puppet strings before, but I can't tell you how to do any of the mechanics in that fight because I always do them wrong. Like, just straight up do them wrong every time and usually lose a couple characters along the way.
Oh, well.
There's probably some way to completely trivialize it, but I don't know what it is.
So yeah. Oh, we interrupted Fern's week because Jeff was Jeffing on us.
You were fighting Jeff, yes. So yeah, that's basically it for Final Fantasy. It's just like I'm chipping away at it, and it does have its high points, and then Wuk LMAO shows up again.
Yeah, remember that Adventures in the Wild West with Aaronville, where it wasn't the greatest story in the world, but it was all right.
But it was like normal Final Fantasy for a bit.
Yeah, for the most part, actually, that zone, when you look at it in a vacuum, it's not great.
Like the commentary on Arizona in any other expansion would be, it's all right, but it's kind of a drag on the story pacing and all that, etc. etc.
It's like it's definitely got those middle zone vibes.
But then
it definitely does.
But for Dawn Trail, it's the freaking highlight of the expansion.
Yeah. Even it's the zone where it sounds like all the voice actors were recording on different planets. It's that dodgy. If you're playing with the English dubs on at that point, the corrupt deputy has such completely different sound mixing quality from everyone else.
Well, it's not just that. You may not notice it as much, Fern, but you've hung around me enough when my accent gets turned on.
Yeah.
Holy crap, California. Just stop.
Dude, I'm Australian, remember?
I know, but this is my version of when you hear shrimp on the bobby all the time.
Yes. This is your version of that.
This is like when I hear people not from the South say y'all.
Yeah, please, if you're not from the South, do not say y'all. Just don't.
Just also don't say bless your heart. It just sounds.
Nobody says that outside the South.
I'm in acting.
Yeah. There's a little old lady in town here who says that. Basically, that's basically all she says, really. But anyway, I don't think she's quite got a whole lot left going on upstairs anymore, unfortunately.
Yeah, you're in the home stretch now. They're about to introduce a whole lot of concepts that they might have been able to do something with. It's kind of hard to tell whether they were going as a good or bad idea.
They're about to introduce a separate expansion.
Yes, an
It
expansion,
has
something that should have been an expansion all on its own. I've done a little bit of reading
essentially
ahead, just to see if
nothing
things
else,
got more
nothing to
interesting.
do with anything else that happens in the plot.
But
Yeah.
but Speen,
Yeah, you're going to be introduced to this expansion,
Speen,
and
yeah.
you're going to have a zone and a half for them to cram everything into.
Yeah.
And
And I know they do introduce a whole lot of very interesting concepts, and the fact that you can go to any video that's peeing on the plot, and while everyone agrees that the plot is terrible, they will be arguing about the decision that's made at the end of that plot, shows that yes, there is some good meat there to explore. But I also get the impression that they don't.
I think that there could have been good meat to explore there. I think that the actual origin of most of the disagreements is not that it's a meaty question. It's just that the argument is that the question was deployed in such a sloppy, ham-handed manner that it's not really clear what the appropriate discussion to have is.
Yeah.
So it's a sort of a meta complaint about the way the question was asked rather than the answer that was given.
Yeah.
You've got a major shoe with current thing. I'm going to come invade Fern's world. Unable to join Fern's world.
Yeah, I've been getting the same thing.
Why? Hang on. Just getting Barbara to fix it, and then I'll try and fix that.
Are you in a domain or something?
No, I am fart-assing
in
around
co-op mode?
in the lands around the hole.
But yeah, the problem with the later Zones of Dawn trail is we don't really know what kind of story or message they were going for with their storytelling. We don't know, like they don't have enough time for an MMO story to set up a world, a whole new set of metaphysics for a pre-established world, and elaborate on all that and resolve all the character stories that are left hanging going into those zones.
Yeah, that zone is essentially like having only chapter 6 of 8 in a story.
Yeah.
Heck.
Yeah, because you're gonna have in the very last zone, you're gonna speed run, resolving a whole lot of character stuff that was brought up, and Cryle's gonna get done dirty.
Zone known to man.
Okay, it's not gonna let me let you guys join until I go and talk to Ningguan, who is standing around being all mysterious.
Oh, you about to go fight a giant water fish?
Probably. Ningguan, why are you ruining my day?
It's how she do. She's rich. She doesn't have to worry about your day.
Yeah, that's true, actually.
You can build 2 jade palaces.
So yeah, the whole train sequence too was
like
just completely out of left field too. Like, if they'd they did basically start a Disney musical number in there. This is over the still warm corpse of Wuk LMAO's dad, by the way.
They might have been able to get away with that scene if they hadn't done the same thing better in Shadowbringers.
Yes.
Yeah, they literally copied the Shadowbringers scene beat for beat.
It's the same characters. Well,
yes,
almost.
They literally brought the trolley guy back for it.
Yeah. He's got a scar now because he's, different shot. But
we found the source version of the trolley man, and we're just going to do the same thing again.
We're just going to do it again, and then everyone pulls out this train, and it looks horrible because they've just slapped a bunch of wood over it, and everyone's gushing about how good it is.
I still can't get over, in the design document, probably until a few months before they had to start winding it down and get this thing ready to go out, there was clearly a solo duty or something on that train as it was going towards the bubble.
Yeah, it was like one of those prime situations where you put the intern on a mini game, and so you graphed I thought it was going to be that that rail shooter, no pun intended, from Gold Saucer.
Yeah, just a turret section, basically.
Yeah, you
Because,
could.
Wall was on the turret. You could have done half that cutscene, do the turret bit, and then have a pick up again where Alice falls off the carriage or something. I don't know. Just cut that cutscene in half, put the minigame in the middle of it. There you go. More gameplay.
But no, they make a big deal about putting these cannons on the train, and they're used a couple times in the cutscene, and that's it.
Yes,
Like,
except
I
Grahatia
think
sounds completely unenthused about it the entire time.
the thing is that the entire thing is like, it's like the bad version of everything. Like, the music is atrocious. Like, I've seen people who are otherwise apologists just completely dunk on that song. It's never
Yeah.
appropriate at any point in the story. The whole sequence is just like laughable, because not only because they did the Telos thing previously, but like, if you compare "Oh, we need a machine to do a thing to overcome a challenge," compare that to, the way, say, Garland Ironworks handles it in Whirlit, in Tears of Whirlit. It's like, on one hand, in the old world in Eorzea, we build a Gundam, and
Yeah.
in the new world, we put logs on a train, and that's the
We-
best
we,
we
uh,
can manage.
We probably could have done without the logs on the train. The train engine itself is basically a bomb.
But everybody acts like it's incredible, including the people that saw the Gundam.
And I was looking for an option to be sarcastic, and there wasn't one.
There is no "Hello, I'm the Galactic Baseballer" option, unfortunately.
It's like you can't say anything mean about the 5-year-old's arts and crafts project.
Yeah. I mean, I would have been a lot happier about a lot of the dialogue choices in this game if they were allow me to channel my inner blokeman and just say,
Well,
it's my day off.
The thing is that they want you to be supportive. They don't. What they don't acknowledge is the fact that the things that you are supposed to be supportive of, in a lot of cases, don't deserve anything more than scorn.
Yeah. And you're supposed to be a mentor. I have not done any mentoring whatsoever. I've just kind of smiled and nodded.
Yeah, it's not going to get better.
Oh, hello. That's a dead dragon. Well, okay then.
Did you go to Dragon Spine?
No,
Or are you
thing
underwater?
just kind of fell out of the sky.
Oh, you're just
And-
now getting to Liyue.
Yeah. This is a different time that Ningguang's standing around being mysterious and making my day nuisance.
I mean, Ningguang basically drives a lot of major points on the plot in Liyue, and then ceases to exist despite being politically one of the most powerful people in the world.
Ah.
Yeah,
But
unless
she joins your team, potentially.
unless you're Mona or a Knight of Favonius, or the Sumeru people, or Arataki Ito and the crew, you're pretty much stuck in your zone.
Okay.
Well, I mean,
I've got a
the Fontaine characters haven't been put to the test yet.
all right.
but,
I just think I've got a cutscene of Traveler being a big stupid head, and then I should be able to join you.
Yeah, we'll go on our adventures.
So yeah, that's been my Final Fantasy this week. Gaming, other than that, just on a random impulse, I was given an opportunity to play a game called Star Trucker.
Oh boy.
It is precisely what it sounds like. You drive a
big
truck
rig
in
between
space.
stars.
Yes. It is basically a big rig, except it has engines, jet engines instead of wheels. Incidentally, trying to reverse with a trailer in 3 dimensions is the hell you might expect it is.
I seem to recall that the rough plot line in Redneck Rampage involved Earth basically being a truck stop.
Oh
And
yeah, that's a good old game.
And the whole reason that aliens found Earth to begin with was simply because it was a truck stop planet where aliens would land looking for something to eat when they were on long haul big rig journeys.
Yep.
Like, that was and the only way that you really find out that this is the story, because Redneck Rampage is an incredibly sloppy product, is that there's a song about it if you put the disc in a CD player.
I found Childy or Child. Yes, Child.
Oh, the ever bullied.
Yes.
The odd one out among the harbingers.
Is
Considering I was just 5 minutes ago working directly against the Fatui, actually I can call him out on that. Huh. See, there you go. Good
The thing
dialogue
is,
choices.
you have a very interesting relationship with him because he absolutely doesn't bear you any ill will. He's kind of a battle maniac, but that's about the only reason ever has any interest in fighting you at any point. He's the thing with the Fatui is the Fatui are sort of like the 10 Stonehearts in Star Rail. You could consider them a direct equivalent in that they are all ostensibly part of the same organization and are all working for the same Aeon, but all of their actual motivations are completely independent of the company motivation.
Mm-hmm.
And they're doing what they want. Like
They're basically free to pursue their own goals.
Yeah, like for instance, Aventurine is a self-destructive moron. Topaz, as far as I can tell, Topaz's whole goal seems to be to kit out the perfect spacefaring petting zoo to be her personal residence.
That's sort of noble goal, I guess.
I'll take it.
I'll take it.
I can agree with this goal.
It's a collection of intergalactic fluffy things.
Well, she is the original character to have a Fragmentum trotter just following her around everywhere as her pet. That's why among all of the characters, like all of the characters is just this name of this character.
It's Ann Numby.
Like even Clara is Clara, even though Svarog does all the fighting. But in the case of Topaz, it's Topaz and Numby.
Yeah, except Numby. Well, I wouldn't say Numby does fighting. He more gets cannonballed at things.
Well, Numby. All her attacks are based around Numby, according to the character previews. Like, and Numby can exist in the overworld and stuff.
Regular attackers just shoot someone with a pistol.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's not why you pull Topaz. You pull for Topaz if you want Numby.
You will put Numby on someone's head.
She's still in the meta as one of the leading characters. Like she is the when Fei Xiao comes out, she will be part of the most premium meta team in the game, which is known as Fart.
Okay.
Fei Xiao, Aventurine, Robin, and Topaz. Fart.
So, do any of them use follow-up attacks?
They all use follow-up attacks.
Okay, good. I was in on this.
Yes.
Yeah, Topaz is the follow-up attack specialist support. Robin does damage every time anybody attacks, so every follow-up attack will proc her damage. Aventurine does follow-up attacks and is the sustain for the team. And Fei Xiao, when she comes out, will be the most powerful single-target follow-up attacker in the game.
Damn. That's a strong fart.
Yeah, like the reason she outscales Ratio so much is that Ratio's too heavily dependent on the number of debuffs in the team, and most debuff teams currently don't synergize very well with follow-up by contrast to the Fart team, which is buff-based rather than debuff-based for the most part.
Yep. All right. Only other thing I've really done this week is go back and watch a terrible, terrible childhood favorite.
Which
yeah.
one? All Australian programming is terrible.
Oh my, yes. You watch terrible children's TV, you come to Australia. Good lord. I'll have to show you guys Little Elvis one of these days. Vol, actually, I expect you would have seen Little Elvis.
No, I don't know Little Elvis. The one that always comes to mind for me is Crockadoo.
It's the same sort of thing, except with Elvis in a truck stop.
Is Crockadoo actually Australian, or is it somebody else's idea of what Australians are like?
Actually, I'm gonna have to look that up.
Because like Rocco's Modern Life is definitely what somebody else thinks Australians
There's a lot of those really weird shows, and a lot of them weren't made in Australia. They're made in Canada or stuff like that. Crocodile is Australian.
Okay, so you are guilty of that.
Is created by the Nine Network, so yes, Australian.
It was like because whenever my family would go to visit family in Australia, we would always go on quite long vacations, like for a month, because we aren't wealthy enough to go on vacation regularly, so we tend to go on long ones. And that would mean, watching a lot of Saturday morning cartoons and that kind of thing. And it was always Crocodile.
It was always Crocodile. So yeah, Little Elvis is also an Australian abomination. Tracy McBean. Yeah, let's not go down that nightmare hole again. Thank you very much. But no, in this case, it was an anime, and it was Ultimate Muscle. So with the new Kinnikuno Man series coming out, I watched that and enjoyed that thoroughly. Though the original in the 80s was very, very, very weird. This new one is a lot more grounded. It keeps a lot of the silliness, but swaps a lot of the weird and wacky for brutal violence. Oh, there you go. You can join now. So I got curious and went back to look for the second series, which is Ultimate Muscle. And I couldn't find the Japanese version, but I did find the 4Kids dub.
Oh,
And
dear.
yeah, dubs in those days were a different beast to what they are now. Like, there's no malice in what they did back then, but there was a lot of adaptational changes. Some of which were good, some of which were just bizarre. Actually, Digimon was a big one for that. The bizarre.
I was thinking more Battle of the Planets and Voltron.
Yeah. But Ultimate Muscle is one of those ones which I think people may have been a little bit drunk when they did all the localization. So they do dub out a lot of, well, basically all the blood and a lot of other bits and pieces, so make it all child friendly. But then you actually listen to what people say, especially on the bits where characters facing away from the camera and they don't need to match flaps. Yeah, a lot of it will make you go, "Wait, what? That was in a children's show." So yeah, it's also very wacky and silly and dumb, and it uses this one piece of stock footage way too often, which is a very stupid song about cow and rice.
What?
Well, they can't really say gyudon because that doesn't translate. And the most direct translation is basically beef and rice. So cow and rice becomes the thing. Oop, Keyless up there. Also, I'm not sure about the character's original name, but there's a side character called Dick Dick Von Dick, who is a wrestler based on an antelope.
What?
Yeah, I'm not sure he's actually shown to be associated with Tanzania, basically for reference at one point, but I'm not sure if his Japanese name is something like Antelope Man or something like that, but he is Dick Dick in English, just because I think they wanted to say Dick and a whole lot when he's on screen. Oh, okay. Hang on, we got to change up teams. So yeah, it's been actually a fun ride. It's been enjoyable and very silly and light, and maybe makes your brain dribble out your ears just a little bit. But yeah, the 4Kids dubs of a lot of shows were strange. Oh, okay. I brought out Puzzle Solver as well, so
I brought out the anti-puzzle solver with the parabolic arc.
she could potentially solve puzzles, but she does it in the most difficult way possible.
All right, to get to boss we need
Just
for
give me 1 sec. Let me just pump some levels into Kachin.
Right, that's what we're doing. Okay. Is it the big lizard?
I cannot
I still
ascend her,
haven't
so
bought it yet.
level 20 it is.
I can't ascend mine beyond where I currently am, and I've done no upgrades on the weapon.
All right, so we're going on an adventure.
I'll do one notch of upgrades on the weapon just so that so I've got some kind of stats. Although they are entirely weapon derived stats.
Is she supposed to be a bunny or a chinchilla?
Nobody knows. The wiki speculates dog.
Maybe? I guess? The tail doesn't really say dog, though.
Even the ears don't really say dog.
No, not really.
Something tells me that's editor's idea of what he thinks, and only that guy.
That's
Yeah,
the problem with wikis.
they are editable by everyone, whether you like it or not.
All right.
All right, there was a Culus up there I was going to get.
Might need to zoom the map in, but just keep going left until you find me on the map, and the teleport point here's active, and we'll make
You are... Oh, yep, that's right. One of those weird ones that came up from an event or something at one point.
Oh, there is a teleport point directly in that land, but that's not as much fun. We're gonna pick up where we left off.
Yeah, that's nowhere near as much fun.
Okay, I've slapped some +0 artifacts on. We will be good.
All right. Onwards. So yeah, that's basically been my week. It's just a whole lot of random stuff. I want to be enthused about Final Fantasy. And I probably will be once I get through the MSQ and actually get to the fun bits of the game.
I don't know.
Well, for a time, yeah, for a little bit. I mean, number one, you feel a little bit betrayed and traumatized by the time you get to the end, because it's really not what you feel you signed up for. And number two, there's only so much content there. If the only good story content to have fun with is the raid, that's only a few minutes worth of story content. The raid bosses,
story, no.
even at the sort of the pub scrub level that we play at, the bosses are still quite fun. But you can only do the same bosses every week for a few times before it's like, well, this is now a chore, because I'm not heading toward anything. Like, I didn't resent it at all during Pandemonium, because I'm building up heaps of characters and I'm enjoying playing the game. All the content is good. I don't have this sort of like resentment hangover.
Yep. Like, the Endwalker story had a few shoes, but it was good by and large. And it kind of capped off that whole saga fairly nicely. But it's just, it's like they don't have a new central theme. They don't have any idea what they're doing at this point.
Yeah, you're... Put it this way.
I've lost you guys.
Yeah.
You are down, very down?
Up. No, we're very up.
You're up? Oh, you're over there. I see numbers.
We're
very small numbers.
We're
not very big numbers at all.
We are fighting mushrooms.
At least Ara still can reach 3 digits.
Yeah, my Kachina's level 50 because I didn't get the idea to use her until I'd already put a few levels into her, just so she didn't get one shot while I was using her in Natland. I was using her to go up walls.
Oh, did I mention I found out why by reading through the Adventurer's Handbook, why I can't get the right spores?
Oh yeah, wrong mushrooms.
The drop. No, it's not the wrong mushrooms. It's the same mushroom for every.
Oh right, you got to use the element
depends
on them.
On the reaction. Yeah, it depends on the reaction you use while you're killing them. Changes the drop. It's the only item in the game that way, as far as I'm aware.
Hang on, I've got to put some artifacts on this dog, rabbit, chinchilla thing. She can have berserkers. For now, that'll do.
Always a good standby.
Kachina's set comes in the domain that I was farming Mualani stuff for, and she got...
Is that really optimal for her? but I don't even know.
I don't know if it's optimal, but it certainly works.
I put 2 pieces of each of the 2 sets from Netland because that's what I had lying around after I went with you to kill some of those domains.
There we go. 2 Berserker, 2 Exile. That'll do her. So yeah, the only other thing I did is I did do a bit of Genshin, and it is thankfully scratching that
Well,
story itch.
it won't for long.
It won't for long because I went and did something completely out of order, and I went and did what was it, Mount
New Vale?
Yeah,
Genu Vale, all that whole bit
Dragon
with
Spine? Did you do Dragon Spine or did you skip Dragon Spine?
everyone
would
skipped
forgive
Dragon Spine.
I didn't. I would forgive anybody from skipping.
neither
Dragon
of us
Spine.
skipped it.
You poor things.
It's I hated it. Ari hated it slightly less than I hated it.
Yeah, and
Let's go brr.
finding these stupid local collectibles, these little flowers on top of the cactuses, are a pain in the butt.
Yeah, I
Because
assume you can't smack them off the cactus like you can for stuff on trees.
no, I was trying to level my Furzon up because I needed an Animo character for some reason, and you need those for Furzon.
I don't have Farazan. I've always liked her though, like as a character. I find her very appealing.
Yeah. So yeah, Chengyu Mountain. It was a nice area. Very simple story. It's like
Well, the point of that zone is not the story; it's the exploration zone. It's supposed to be patch holdover content.
Yeah, but it has got so many unique mechanics and just fun things to find and secrets and all sorts of goodies. So you can just spend a good couple of days just messing around in that zone and finding all the things.
Yeah, I still haven't finished New Vale.
Yeah, I did the story, but I have not even. I've done maybe. Actually, I can tell you how much I've done. Let me see. I'll zoom over there. I've done 34, 42%, 46% of the 3 zones. So on average, yeah, about 40%.
So Fern, we figured out last time if you revert to single player while in front of this statue, we're still in the game, it'll keep you there.
Yes. So I can go over, tap that statue.
You stay on the high ground so you don't accidentally quest down.
How low ground is low ground?
I have no idea.
I have I've run around the desert a bit and not run into any quests on accident. I have run into like pyramids that are invisible on accident, but
I did find one of those a moment ago. Actually, it's just like here's this random invisible wall.
Yeah, like the entire south half of the desert is all invisible pyramids and pyramids.
Do they become visible later?
Yes, they do. And you get means of utilizing the invisible bits to make them visible and make puzzles. They're all right.
Right.
So convert your game back to single player and kick us out.
Yep. Hunt. Yeah, that's just dumb. There's probably a technical reason why they can't do it, allow you to unlock more statues, probably just because of how the map works.
That's probably technical debt.
I was
You spawned right back in front of the Pyro Ridge is fine.
Yes. I was killing him for my boss kills for the week before Fern said he was ready.
Oh my.
You're back over there. Alright, you can come back in now.
Hang on, I gotta kill a Regis-Vine.
Yeah. So yeah, I know the like it is a patch content, but just everything about that zone from doing Mondstadt and a little bit of leeway was kind of a step up.
About every 2 or 3 patches now, they seem to release a zone like that.
That zone came out when Fontaine was already live.
Yeah, after we had come back, well after we had come back, actually. I think it was 4.4, 4.3.
It was a next major release after we came back.
Yeah, 4.4 or 4.5 actually, because 4.3 was out when I came back.
It was around New Year's, wasn't it?
Yeah, Chinese New Year, around that time, because that sounds right.
Yeah. Sounds about right. So yeah, very good zone. Very, very pretty zone too.
Yeah, they finally figured out how to not put the super junk in their exploration. There seemed to be
Yeah.
There's a lot of experimental stuff in Chinyu Vale, but it's not what you call it. It's not as offensively experimental as some of the stuff like in Dragonspine.
Yeah. And yeah, the fight at the end against Fancy Vaporeon was quite enjoyable as well. Not difficult because there's a mechanic that if you pull off, it winds up a big attack, and if you interrupt that correctly, then it'll heal and resurrect a few of your characters. If you don't pull it off correctly, you die. So yeah,
I haven't even touched Chinyu Vale.
So you got a Fancy Vaporeon to look forward to.
Fancy Vaporeon.
Very fancy Vaporeon.
Yeah, you're gonna find with the bosses in particular at your world level, none of them are gonna be a real challenge until you get your world level up.
Yeah, a lot of the bosses fought in story mode, kind of gimmicks, and that's about it anyway.
Well, that one becomes a farmable boss.
Yeah, I've unlocked where it's supposed to stand.
Yeah,
I haven't gone to see if it's actually there yet or not, but yeah, it should be.
Yeah.
Hang on, there's a
teleport you want to grab.
Teleporter down. Where is it?
It's way down there.
Whee! Oopsie. Hello, gravity. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, just plunge and attack.
Blep.
Hey, you gotta find a way back up here.
There's also a whole bunch of Culuses down here, but I'm not going to worry about those right now.
Yeah, Dendroculuses. I did not mark any Dendroculuses in real time as I was collecting them.
How do
Yeah.
you feel about that in retrospect?
If there was one zone I'd wish I'd marked them in, it was Sumeru.
So yeah, that's basically been my week. We'll leave it at that. And since we're already talking about Genshin, we can probably just transition off on that.
Right. So Vol, where are you at in the Natlan story? So I know not to spoil you.
I finished the primary storyline.
Okay. I've done one tribal quest after the primary story is where I'm at.
I haven't done any tribal quests. I haven't touched that system at all.
I did Mualani's because it had bonus rewards for finishing it early, and they were all Mulan. Ooh, let's go fight that thing.
Oh, that's a rocket dragon. That can't
That sounds
possibly
like a
end
terrible
well.
idea. You've got a healer in the party, right, Fern? Because we can't heal. None of us can.
Give me a sec. I'll get my Yao.
Yes, that is the correct choice. Because we also ain't going to be able to hit.
Will solve everything.
Yeah, just so you know, we might be relying on the Hellbeast to actually kill this thing.
Yeah, I'm just gonna.
Because I don't know if we can reach
actual characters.
No. Keep catching Gal. It'll be more fun. We're not catching. You know.
All right, okay.
The Hellbeast can do it. You don't believe in the Hellbeast?
At the very least, we could just do laps in the clown car. Okay.
These things are an elite enemy equivalent to Ruin Guards.
Oh right, I forgot. I got a whole bunch of Primogems sitting there in the bestiary. So its health bar's not moving.
Yeah, it is.
It
is.
is.
Never mind.
Yeah. We're wearing it down largely because I don't think it knows what to do.
What is going on here?
A bunch of ankle biters coming and chewing on my gear tail.
Come back.
Get the Hellbeast. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh no.
More Hellbeasts.
Oh, he doesn't like it. Come down here.
We need the Hell Beast. It's the only thing that can reach.
Hellbeast is only interested in healing.
Lasers! No! Wait, why am I worried? I'm Yayo.
Oh, he's low enough.
Get him, Hellbeast! Yeah. Ooh, Chaos Storage. Oh, that was silly.
Yes. So that's what
Right, so
multiplayer
I have
tension is
done the
about.
main story in Natlan and precious little else at this point. So that's where I'm up to there. I have to say I thoroughly enjoyed the main story content.
Yeah, it was
It was just great. It was like, oh man, this almost makes me feel better about Dawn Trail being such a disappointment.
yeah, we're finally
It's just a
moving on the
really solid experience.
Yeah, Natland's interesting. The setup they got going with the corrupted ley lines, the meta stories moving. Like, Pyro Archon is fun. Tina's fun. Mualani's fun. All the characters are good. Like, just everything that Dawn Trail doesn't have.
Kachina is 100% like the stand-in version of Wuk LMAO. Like she's the Wuk LMAO of the story, but you can't help but love her compared to Wuk LMAO, who you can't help but loathe.
Yeah, and Kachina's also like 8 or something.
Well, I don't know how old she is, but when she acts like childlike and naive and unconfident in herself, it makes sense on account of she's a little girl.
Yeah.
With a big destiny attached to her due to her name, but for Wuk LMAO, she doesn't have that excuse. She should be a grown-ass adult, but she acts like a small child. So yeah, generally speaking, I view Natlan's primary storyline as like Dawn Trail if Dawn Trail didn't suck. Like every aspect of the story in speaking in broad strokes that is tackled in that is like the main story beats, not necessarily the same things, but the main story beats of Dawn Trail are all carried out in this Natlan story as well, except that they're done in a less offensive, more interesting way. It's almost surprising how closely they cling to each other in some places, but it's just overall a good experience. It's paced well. They don't linger on things that you really aren't interested in lingering on. They've got their tragedies and so on. You even have the same sort of scenes as you get in the last zone of Dawn Trail. Where you've got some mentor character who sort of you meet and you say goodbye to type of thing, like that. All of that sort of thing happens as well.
So
you've got that bittersweetness and in the story. Like a lot of the major emotional beats and storyline points are touched on, except they're not done in a totally incompetent way.
So let's I want to highlight one thing here. With there's a section of the story with you might want to slow this one down.
Yeah. I was gonna see if I could use the clown card to skip across the top, but no.
No, you need Mualani for that. But that's a good segue point for Mualani in the main story. And I was very happy that they made her character be in her emotional overreaction to my friend's in trouble, and I don't give a crap what everybody else thinks, but still not making her a total idiot while doing it.
I can like sort of see the same in the same situation, Wuk LMAO doing that same thing. Everybody would have said, Wuk LMAO's right, let's drop everything and do exactly what she says.
But instead, the Pyro Arkham's like, look, girlfriend, I know where you're coming from, but you need to stop and think for a minute. And she's like, yeah, okay, we can think about this.
Cool your ass for a moment.
She apologizes for being wrong as well.
Yeah. Wuk LMAO has never been wrong, so we wouldn't know if she apologizes.
Yeah, and Mualani, they also don't totally blow the build up they have, as Mualani is actually fairly competent and a strong fighter, because they have her get bopped for by somebody much more inexperienced early, which I still think she threw that fight, but even if the story says nah, she was totally trying her best. But they pay it off in the
Well,
end.
I don't think it's so much that as like, well, in her mind, it's she doesn't have anything to prove because she's like congenitally confident, and she doesn't think of it as a real fight. So her approach to it will be different.
Yeah, but they managed not to squander all the buildup they did with her being competent with her name acknowledgement at the end of the Void Zone, and they set that up as a nice little story beat that they can use to tie the chapters together, where you can kind of see where the story's going, but they're still keep enough of it under wraps to keep you interested in how they're going to do it.
Oh, this is pretty.
Plan. Hey, welcome to the world of dinosaurs.
So one thing I really appreciate about Genshin, though, is how they've managed to make a three-dimensional object look watercolor from a distance.
Yeah, Natlan. About the only thing I don't like about Natlan is they're leaning into the graffiti aesthetic for one of their tribes in particular.
Yeah, it's a little bit
yeah.
cringe. I think that's I think that's basically because to you it's not exotic. To the primary audiences in China and Japan, it is exotic.
Yeah, instead, I have other associations with graffiti
Oh,
like that.
Yeah,
hang
like
on.
to you, it means social decay. It's just
Uh,
an exotic cultural thing to.
Oh,
Um,
he
the
got
current
kidnapped.
audience.
He got kidnapped
got
to Bubba's.
kidnapped.
He got kidnapped to Bubba's realm.
It's baby Bubba's.
Do we know where he exits Bubba's realm? Is it down here?
Yeah, it's down there.
Also, everything in here is a higher level than my Kachina, so yeah, that's not gonna work.
For some reason, I find these peacocks incredibly funny.
I like
Are
the
they
ones
incredibly
that,
pompous.
I like the ones that just stick their head in the ground.
and you can touch the tails and make them poop stuff out. Yeah, Venusaurian.
Nina Sauron. I need to.
The
to
baby
go to
Bubba in a
Petrol.
prison, and he's a little ball, and he's cute. I want one.
Petrol is much better value than the ones at the local station.
Yeah, I like how Natlan just has gas stations. Like, we're gonna give you these characters with all these mobility options that need the second resource, but don't worry, there are gas stations everywhere.
Get Yo Dinosaur on.
The fun, I can get my. So Fern's getting to preview the Natlan mechanics.
Like fighting Spinosauruses.
Oh, don't worry, that's not the preview of the Natlan mechanics yet. You'll see after you beat up the Spinosaurus.
Is he going to have to decide on a name?
Yes.
Yes.
So yeah. But yeah, I like all the story in Natlan so far. I think Natlan so far has been knocking it out of the park. They've done pretty much everything they need to do to get me back interested in Genshin.
Yeah, basically, my biggest lament is that I don't have enough free time to really indulge in it.
Yeah, I've had to pick one.
Especially considering how many competing games I'm dealing with.
Yeah, I had to pick one Hoyo game to focus on, and I'm so behind in Star Rail. I picked that one to make progress on because of its nature as a story-driven RPG as well. I can easily put it down between major story patches and let it sit
and
on.
It's got I think the best QOL for that as well, because like
Over
you've got over resin, which is brilliant. Like it means that while there's still FOMO because it's only 1/3 as efficient, it's you're not losing out until you hit 2400 or whatever it is.
Yeah,
like you're still going to be able to bank some of those resources to come back to later. It's way more friendly to put down and pick up. Plus, any events that happen that have any story significance to them will be logged for permanent access. even though the rewards won't be as good if you go back to them as they were originally, because there are bonus rewards for doing them when they're current. There will still be the basic rewards will still be there. Plus, you can do them anytime you feel like it. And as far as QOL goes, I still think that in a lot of ways, Honkai Star Rail is the king, especially if your major sort of point scoring category for QOL is the ability to not have to log in every day.
Yeah, that's worth about 50 points. QOL meter is how stingy is it with me having to do chores.
Oh, there we go. That is one thing I do love that never changes about Genshin's writing. There is always an opportunity to bully Paimon.
Paimon's always being Paimon.
Yes, so you must
I
bully
feel
him.
like in this plot, this Netland plot, Paimon has actually asked important questions and had important insights several times.
Instead of just being a floaty weirdo.
Like Paimon is just not just a noisemaker this time. Like Paimon actually says important stuff at times that it needs to be said, and asks
Yes.
questions that the player is actually asking, as
Yeah.
opposed to just asking when the next meal is.
Or where the treasure
Yeah.
is.
Well, I mean, to be fair, treasure for Paimon is only a means of buying more meals.
It's generally food, yes.
Her happiest day would be to open a treasure chest and find a 10-course meal inside.
Yes. So yeah, like Paimon historically has mostly been either an audience surrogate, like for really dumb audience members, I guess, or just a general noisemaker. Like in a lot of cases, particularly in the early game, if there's something that's really important that needs to be said, it'll be Traveler who says it, or someone else, not Paimon.
Well, when travelers
The traveler speaks usually at sort of like emotional climaxes.
or
Yeah,
or when they do speak, it's implied in this world that the travel, especially with the last summer event, that the traveler speaking at all has huge significance.
Because the traveler is not bound to the rules of Teyvat. The traveler is something else. Like in like Type Moon terms, the traveler doesn't have to follow the common sense of the world. It's basically the traveler is a walking marble phantasm.
yes.
Yeah, they are fate broken. They can do literally whatever the heck they want and screw with anybody or say anything, and it can have implications. So them speaking is very significant whenever it happens. Is
Like it's a sort of like metaphysical equivalent of being able to rewrite the reality of the world. Like because her opinion is not something that is determined by the constraints of Teyvat. When she decides to speak on a given topic in a forceful way, that actually changes reality because she introduces something to the world that doesn't exist within it already.
There's one memeable scene that I've seen pop up from Fontaine where Traveler just goes full Phoenix Wright.
Oh.
Fontaine involves a lot of Phoenix writing. Like
Yeah.
they're going to
that's
introduce.
So
basically
the
the whole
pointing
theme.
and the big blasts of air and all that stuff.
So somebody at Hoyoverse, when Fontaine and the first set of patches between Pinnaconey and the initial zones in Star Rail was happening, played a Phoenix Wright game and had a
Fontaine and Crown of Mundane and Divine sort of came out roughly the same time. So clearly there was a Phoenix Wright kick going on at the Hoyo office.
Yeah, like
it would have been funny if they just had Traveler show up just wearing a blue suit.
they might as well.
Yeah.
In the entire first 2.5 chapters of Fontaine, you're just playing Phoenix Wright. Because Fontaine's
That's all the excuse you need for me to play Fontaine.
Fontaine is the land of justice.
And that's the second half of Crown and Mundane and Divine. Like you did Critter Pick, right?
Yeah.
Finn?
Yes, I did Critter Pick.
Yeah, did you do the storyline that follows on?
After
that?
No, I did not.
Because that patch was basically the story introduction patch for Ruan Mei, who looks like they're going to be really important going into the future. And
except she's
Ratio,
too irresponsible and keeps wandering off.
Ruan Mei is an odd character. Like she's extremely elegant and dignified most of the time, but as soon as Herta gives her a run of the space station, she just wanders around being irresponsible and doing whatever she pleases.
Yes,
mainly eating desserts. She's got a monomaniacal focus on desserts that is rivaled only by the cast of Pinecone.
She also tends to leave experiments kind of half finished and for somebody else to clean up.
Yeah, she also carries part of her mother's brain around as a keepsake.
Huh. Okay. That's
At her mother's request.
that is a
They're an odd
very
family.
specific keepsake. Yes.
Her mother was in the same line of work she was, although her mother was not a prodigy like Ranmei is. But her father was a sculptor, like an artist. I think her father actually might still be alive, but it's not really clear whether she's talking about visiting her father as his grave or as a living person. But she preserved a piece of her mother's brain tissue according to her mother's instructions upon her death. So, and it's sort of like it's implied in her backstory that as a child, when her parents, I don't know whether both of them or just her mother died, that her first project was to attempt to resurrect them, Full Metal Alchemist style. But when it didn't work, she basically said, "Meh, I guess it's a failed experiment," rather than it destroying her life, like in Full Metal Alchemist.
Well,
Yeah.
She didn't lose an arm, a leg, and a full body.
I mean, well, the thing is, it sort of implied that it did work, but she was just annoyed that it wasn't the same person.
Because yeah, that's
But
kind of how cloning works.
But that's how she basically ended up being building a reputation as a genius. Was that, like, as a child, her first project was to clone her mother.
Yeah. The Genius Society as a whole is kind of eclectic.
Some of the most sociopathic people in the galaxy.
Yes, to put it nicely.
Which is that's the point of the second half of Crown and Mundane and Divine, though, is Dr. Ratio trying to underline why it is that he's not a member of the Genius Society.
It's because it doesn't amuse him, I assumed.
No,
Oh.
because Dr. Ratio is, while he puts on this incredibly pompous facade, he is an almost entirely altruistic individual.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that he thinks that his pomposity is part of being altruistic.
Okay.
And it's lost in the English because in the English, like, people call me doctor at work because basically somebody started doing it as a joke, but now everybody, including people I've never met, do, which is incredibly frustrating to me because I'll meet somebody I've never met before and they'll call me Dr. Williams.
Is technically true.
Yes, it's technically true, but it was started as a joke by somebody in the company and now everybody knows it and everybody thinks that I'm serious about it, which is annoying. But basically that term is the same in English for a physician and for a expert in a topic that is qualified to be a teacher of that topic.
Yes.
In the Japanese and the Chinese, I think it is not quite the same. Like, for instance, although it can be actually, it's even more broad in Japanese. In Japanese, sensei can mean a teacher or a doctor or an author. In English, it means a physician or a doctor, PhD. In Chinese, there's a different word for a medical doctor and for a PhD. And Dr. Ratio is actually not the PhD one. He's going by the medical doctor appellation because he sees stupidity as a disease and he's made his life's goal to altruistically cure it.
Yes.
So he's incredibly arrogant and pompous, but it's all because he wants people to be cleverer.
I like the phone conversations you have with Ratio. You can really screw with that boy.
Oh, yes, you can.
His standpoint on the Genius Society is basically that the Genius Society are only interested in themselves, fundamentally. Whereas he, by contrast, is interested in everybody but himself.
The fact that he drags you into playing Danganronpa for a little while is beside the point.
Burns miles away. We need to go find him.
I am sitting here staring at a little potato dinosaur, trying to decide on a name for it.
Is he like miles away in physical space or virtual space? Like, you have a position on the map, but
we can go.
I'm probably in a null space at the moment.
Yeah, he's probably in a void zone, but we can go try and find him.
He can just be Tater.
We will just land shark our way across across the landscape.
Okay, he's Tater now.
You named him Tater?
I named him Tater. But he's a tater. I forget what Paimon actually just suggested him.
Hash brown.
Hash brown.
Hash brown. Close enough.
So you
You
agreed.
can name him Hash Brown yourself. If you name him Hash Brown, Paimon gets all ticked off because he liked it when you named him Hash Brown, but didn't like it when Paimon did.
Yeah, but it's an opportunity to bully Paimon, so... Also, the emergency food meme keeps coming back, which is great.
You can also name him Ajdaya, which won't mean anything to you. But Ajdaya is actually the Geo Dragon.
Mm-hmm.
And
Is it only the Geo Dragon that he responds to, or do the other ones work as well?
well, the thing is that he looks kind of like a little Ajdaya.
He does look like a little
Which is-
Ashdaya.
But so there's an Easter egg that if you name him Ajdaya, Paimon objects and says you shouldn't name him that because there's too much weight attached to that name.
Yeah.
Trade my
Alright.
my Earth dinosaur for a jungle dinosaur.
The Hex dinosaur.
All right. I now have my little potato saurus friend.
I am almost where the map says you are. So don't leave. Oh no, you left. He's back.
No, I just teleported out of the zone, so now I'm back in the real world.
Back we go.
If you zoom in the map enough, there's a pre-activated teleport point over there.
Yeah. That's the one that gets you into the zone in the first place. I'm half tempted to just jump in and do this zone because
I
there's
would
a lot
not.
to-
I
already
wouldn't.
like.
I would not.
I would not.
Yeah.
The story will be ruined for you. It will really damage your experience.
Like,
And that's why I'm not going to, yeah.
yeah. I liked a lot of the stuff in Fontaine with the underwater bits too, but I held off, and I'm glad I did because you just will not understand a lot of the significance of what's happening in the story unless you go through it in linear order. And
Yeah.
you cannot get to the.
Which is a shame because Inazuma exists.
Yeah. Like I mentioned in a message to you, Fern, because if a game doesn't grab you by the nuts, you tend to drop it. I would just speedrun Inazuma. Ignore
I tend to be
everything.
a flighty
Just-
bitch, yes.
Even though Inazuma aggressively tries to prevent you from being efficient by forcing you to do character quests.
Yeah, you will just speed run through it. Go on the date with Ayaka and go watch fireworks with Yoimiya, and don't go down
Shenmue
there.
at
You'll
least
start
was a
you'll
very-
start another quest. So come up on this rock.
Okay, I'll climb up. Yeah, Shenmue was a big attention grab, which was good.
Yeah, but Inazuma is going to be like hitting a brick wall.
It's clearly just poorly put together.
It was their
Why are you
first,
underground?
probably a dinosaur.
I'm being a
Oh, you are a dinosaur. Okay.
I am a dinosaur up here.
You're also a chungus.
There are many dinosaurs. There's 3 dinosaurs you can turn into right now. They may have
I
more later.
presume the other tribes will have more.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if each tribe has its own dinosaur. I see you guys running around down there. Try and grab the dinosaur over there.
Yep.
Yeah, just press R1 and you can just dig around and go up walls like. This is what we meant when we said all the new characters are nice to have and that you don't have to go hunt for a dinosaur if you've got them. All the challenges that require movement, the special movement tech granted by the new characters, can still be done in that.
Which is a really nice way of doing things.
Yep.
Like, putting movement abilities on characters, now that they've done it, seems like it's an obvious thing they should have done in the first place, but giving an alternate way to do it so you don't need to mess around with your team too much is good.
We should probably get the statue here too, just so we a point of reference in that land while we're trying to find the frog, because I don't exactly remember where the entrance is. I got down there once and got the teleport point.
I don't want to trigger any quests if I can help it.
Yeah.
Hold on, is this that thing that the guy asked you for a pass for? Because I haven't.
I'm
done
on
that.
no. Why?
Did you get kidnapped?
Yeah, Paimon's leading me back away from whatever was over there,
Oh,
which was taking the most direct route to the statue.
Yeah, did you come up on the cliff?
Yeah,
Okay,
Yeah.
so
I gotta wait for my fuel to recharge. Was there a fuel station somewhere?
yeah, your fuel doesn't recharge. You do have to go to a gas station.
Right.
Or a Statue of the Seven,
Ju-
or Teleport Waypoint.
Basically, they're everywhere. So
Yeah, there's get or just pick up random crap in the world if you got Kachina in your party. Some of the stuff will give you gas.
Huh. Useful. Or I could just change to another dinosaur.
Yeah, that works too.
Oh wait. No, that doesn't.
I think you have to
Oh
fortunately,
yes, it does. There it goes.
the other good thing about dinosaurs is that if you are one, you take dramatically reduced fall damage.
I see a fern. Or rather, I see rocks that are a fern. Oh, did you try to
Yeah.
steal my dinosaur?
I think I stole I saw a dinosaur that was just left standing around.
Okay, onward. I'm actually gonna...
This was like I probably can't steal the dinosaur you're driving.
You can't, but I thought you're like, oh, I can't. It doesn't work. I'm like,
No, it just took a moment for the UI to figure out what it was doing.
if we, I'm gonna kidnap.
So the only criticism I really have for the story is not a real criticism. It's more sort of it feels a little bit Pixar sometimes, and I'm not sure how I feel about that.
This seems to be a direction Hoyo's going in general, especially with ZZ.
Well, I mean, ZZZ has got it real bad, especially where
Jane Doe's concerned.
emoting is concerned.
Mm-hmm.
Of characters in general, they emote in an extraordinarily Pixar way.
Yeah,
But
ridiculously over the top.
Yes, generally.
Yes.
Well, I mean, Jane Doe has something that I have never seen in a Pixar movie, which is extensive buttock physics.
that is true. But
that is not a Pixar thing. Yes.
Her facial expressions are more Pixar than the modern Disney movies.
Ooh,
Not
treasure.
modern Disney Pixar movies.
Box of money. Yeah, modern Pixar and old school Pixar are completely different beasts.
Actually, you may not be able to get the Statue of the Seven because it's a story beat, so we can't get that one.
Hang on. Maybe. Let me just drift down here and collect some flowers on the way down. Or flowery mushrooms, I guess.
Yeah, it's not going to let you touch it because we're in the game, but I'm thinking that it's going to say no to you for getting Statues of the Seven specific.
I'll give it a try, see what it does.
Well, it's not going to let you because we're in the game.
Yeah, there's a particular scene that happens story-wise when you first try and get a statue in that land. But
oh, okay. Yeah. What is? Oh, look at the long boys. They're so colorful.
I found a regular teleport point we can use at a certain point.
All right.
Meantime,
yeah, there's a lot of really cool looking stuff over here just to look forward to.
Yeah, I have only really explored the water area because I needed the junk from there for Mualani. But
yep.
I had a lot of fun over there. I am trying to pull up the interactive map and mark the boss on the map. But I do not remember his name.
The actual name, not the nickname you give him.
Not Big Frog Man. Brought me bananas.
Oh,
there
no, NPC, stop trying to talk to me. Go away.
Did he kidnap?
Oh, I just got kidnapped. I thought I got out of the village and now just got yoinked back.
Did you at least tap that teleport point behind us?
No, not yet. I nearly made it.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Did it take you all the way back to the village?
Just to the villages, like right near the teleport.
Oh, the baby village.
Yeah.
Oh, Oh, it's Bubba that kidnapped you. Okay.
I guess, yeah.
Is it talking about Bubba and how Bubba's special?
Manku is this guy's name. If
No.
that means anything to you.
Bubba's your dinosaur, your baby one.
Yeah. Well, it's cutscene with Bubba in it.
Okay, then that's what we do. Okay, yeah, Bubba has cutscenes that you will just get kidnapped for baby quests all over Natlan, where Bubba just does cute things.
Okay, no, this is one of those.
Well, this one is explaining Bubba being special.
Yeah.
But he'll want to go play with the other dinosaurs, and he'll want to go fishing with Paimon, and there's all kinds of little stuff like that all over the place.
That's cute.
So yeah, Pixar aesthetic and emoting. It's not super pronounced in Genshin, but it's definitely there. Like the animation team clearly is coming off their ZZZ high of being given fresh instructions to emulate this style.
Yeah, and generally speaking, the whole look of Natlan is more in that direction. I feel.
Yeah.
And I don't think that it's necessarily a bad thing or a bad fit for the situation, and they know how to go serious business when it needs to be done. They've got all their cool set pieces and moments are all still intact. Overall, I like the whole thing. I just wish I had more time to actually play, and I don't know how I'm going to wrestle that up, especially because things are going to start getting rougher and rougher at work as the end of the year rolls up, because Christmas is always a nightmare.
How about that? Finally getting to see an Archon and an upper rank Fatui throw down.
Well, the thing is that, I mean, I don't really know how to gauge how powerful. Like theoretically, the Pyro Archon is supposed to be like the most battle maniac among the Archons, but she spent most of her life fighting as competition more than fighting as competition, plus fighting the abyss and the way that everybody does, by contrast to, say, the Raiden Shogun, who is actually basically forged for war and very little else. So, and we've already seen what the Raiden Shogun is willing to do very coldly.
Well, I meant more of the spectacle of the full Dragon Ball Z 7-minute fight cutscene.
I mean, well, it's not 7 minutes, but
it
kind of feels like it. Yeah, Dragon Ball Z would have taken a lot longer than 7 minutes to do that, but it's only about 30
It's 7
seconds long.
episodes.
I'm at the whole cutscene. It's a long cutscene in total.
It is quite a long cutscene in total. The combat is not that long, but it's sort of nice to see, but it's sort of hard to tell how much that means, because they purposefully leave Mavuika's power level kind of ambiguous, because she's a mortal human invested with the powers of an Archon, like all of the Pyro Archons are.
But they throw that thing at the very end of the main story quest, that a big old question mark on it.
Yeah, but the thing is, what we do sort of know is, by implication, how powerful Zhongli must be in his heyday, because the entire landscape of Liyue is basically the result of him scrapping with people. So he's still, in my mind, he still holds the crown for the most powerful character. He's just also a total airhead.
Well, he's John Lee. What do you expect? Big Zong.
Yeah, but I mean, they talk about the stone forests actually being spears that he used in combat, and he's oh yeah, that is what they are. And then he sort of casually talks about the gods that he fought and killed. it's like, well, I mean, Maverick is fighting with a Fatui, and yeah, she beats him. Sure, I've done that a billion times as well.
Okay, Fern
I
finally
mean,
got unkidnapped.
so I feel like that it's sort of it's running in a lot of ways up against story gameplay segregation. It's like where the two actually have their proper meeting up is not really very clear. But I mean, it's definitely a cool set piece. They've learned a lot about set piece production, and I think that this is actually probably most evident in ZZZ, what they have learned about set pieces, because they do them all the time there.
Yeah.
Like at the sort of it's the sort of level where like in days gone by there would be one of those per video game, and ZZZ just trots them out every 5 minutes.
Yeah. Well, when you make as much money as they do, I guess you can afford it.
Yeah, and I kind of appreciate that as well, because it means that they are putting a non-trivial amount of their money right back into making the game cool for the sake of being cool.
Mm.
All right,
Which
Fern.
I think that everybody should be happy about, generally speaking. But yeah, so yeah, this latest patch has been 100% a win for me. It's like a lot of things in the current moment. It's probably benefiting in no small amount from just how incredibly shite Dawn Trail was.
Fern, follow me. I'm not
Like
sure where you're going.
that's
I
like
just went out to refuel.
Oh,
it's just like a
grab
stain
that
on
thing.
my memory that's not going anywhere in a hurry, and everybody else looks good by comparison, and basically can't avoid doing so. But yeah, so Netland was 100% a win for me. I wish I had had more time to spend exploring and playing around with it and doing other quests and things, but there are only so many hours in a given week, unfortunately. Star Rail's in sort of a holding pattern for me, because I'm more or less up to date. There's still stuff to do. Like, I'm not sure. I'm never sure when because I'm the sort of player who is comfortably at like 35 out of 36, 11 out of 12 on every in-game mode on the regular. I'm never sure how much time I want to invest in seeing if I can fine-tune my way to that last little bit of Stellar Jade.
Mm-hmm.
Because as Aristiel should know from attempting Challenge 5 of the Storyteller,
Screw
thing,
that noise.
you can spend a lot of time trying to fine-tune your way to victory. Because you can smell when it's within your grasp, but you aren't quite able to just land it.
You don't know if it's a factor of your... Because there's little execution inside of a turn-based RPG, but you just don't know if it's within the realm of RNG or if your team just needs a little bit of tweaking.
Yeah, and Pure Fiction in particular is very much like that. You kind of know with Apocalyptic Shadow whether or not you're within range of max stars, and to a slightly lesser extent the same for Memory of Chaos. There are so many mobs, so many instances where the dice roll in Pure Fiction that you never really can be totally sure if you are at 2 stars whether or not 3 stars is within your reach, and you could spend a lot of time not quite getting there. So yeah, I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure if I can do it this cycle or not, because it favors follow up attack quite strongly. I don't quite have the right teams to maximize it. There are improvements I could make, but whether I can make them in a timely fashion, I'm not sure. My gear is not great on a lot of characters, and it takes a long time to improve your gear because it is a Ho-Yo game. There's RNG involved in gearing. But yeah, so mostly I'm up to date on Star Rail. It's just a matter of me seeing what I can tweak to see if I can scratch out a few more Stellar Jade. And scratching out a few more Stellar Jade is important because of the Ho-Yo-verse cynicism, which is on full display in in Star Rail at the moment, and lots of people are not thinking it through carefully, and lots of people are recognizing for what it is, which is the quadruple banner that's coming up next, where you've got the banner for Fei Xiao, the banner for Kafka, the banner for Robin, the banner for Black Swan. This is a really vicious tactic, and the big problem with it is not that there are 4 banners. The big problem with it is that there are 4 banners, and they are not going to have 4 banners on a regular schedule that they are willing to tell us. So nobody can plan. So this ends up being basically like a FOMO bomb being dropped.
Oof.
Yeah, and it doesn't help that all of the 2 of these characters are, one of them is absolutely necessary for a dot team. One of them is incredibly helpful for a dot team, and one of them is Robin. Grab this domain so we have a teleport point.
Robin and Ruan Mei are sort of like neck and neck for best support in Star Rail right now.
Yeah, and so I am stuck where my current team loadout is functionally a dot team with Acheron on it, and I would like to pull for Black Swan because
Dot Charon is actually a build at the moment.
Yeah, but the problem is Robin just seems like she's a better future investment in all scenarios.
Robin is a better future investment because Robin will work in every team and will work extremely well in follow-up. Like Ruan Mei works very well in every team, but extremely well in break, and Robin works very well in every team, but extremely well in follow-up.
Use the Tungi boy and his double jump to come to this thing.
If you are planning to really build out your ratio or to pull for Fei Xiao, then you definitely also want Robin on your team. If you are planning to go full retard on Firefly, and what I personally suspect the next version of Ting Yun to join the story will be, I think that she's going to be Break. And the reason I think she's going to be Break is that based on the number of rumored characters that have been sort of leaked, the timeline, in my reckoning, is that they're going to want to introduce a new version of Trailblazer around the time that I'm expecting Ting Yun and maybe Sunday to join the cast of playables. And that means that people won't be able to play Harmony Trailblazer. And not having Harmony Trailblazer means break teams won't work. Fundamentally, they won't work because Harmony Trailblazer is too important. Which means that the logical business-wise approach is to introduce a premium 5-star support that really plays hard into break. And I'm suspecting Ting Yun or Sunday will be that character. Probably Ting Yun, since she's been a support historically as a character. Although they could play the opposite way around as well. But yeah, so the way things are going, if you want to play really hard into break team, which is not advisable if you don't have Firefly already, because we don't know when she'll next show up. And I would say, based on previous approaches, that she's going to be rerun close to or on top of the banner of the new Trailblazer, Harmony Trailblazer replacement support.
I see. Oh, we have the teleport point, by the way, Vol. I managed to get him down here.
Yeah, you can come down now.
Okay.
We've walked off the point, so you can...
I've just sort of been wandering in circles. So I'm thinking that break is probably not a good thing to build it towards now. So if you had to pick between spending your Jade on Ruan Mei and Robin, I would probably pick Robin because you've got more tools available to you yourself. I myself have Firefly, so investing more in break or follow-up is still both viable. What I'm currently debating is whether or not I will make some pulls for Fei Xiao or not, because I like her, although I don't have like a burning thirst for her in the same way I do for Lingsha, who's I think is much more to my preference aesthetically. But Fei Xiao is a cool character who I do like, which was the logic that I used for rolling for Kafka. And I'm quite tempted to pull for her because I like March, and I like March Hunt March, and I kind of want her in a team. And
did Fern miss
March 7th and Fei Xiao make a really good tag team, DPS tag team. They work extremely well together, and I really want to build that team. That would be really fun, I think. She does also work with ratio, but she number one, she doesn't work as well with ratios as she does with Fei Xiao. She falls a little bit short, comparatively speaking, and they're also both imaginary, so there's no type coverage gained. So yeah, I'm debating that with myself right now about my approach, because I still definitely want to pull for Lingsha because I want the extra to sustain, and also I really like Lingsha as a character. Oh, do you know what this guy does? Because I sure don't.
Nope.
Okay, face check.
Charge.
Don't have a clue. But we can pogo on him all day because we're in that lane.
You brought a yeah, right, Food.
Yeah, I've got a hell beast.
Pyro attacks. Who needs those? We have twirly.
Multiple hell beasts, which disappear when I put
Oh,
Yayo
dear.
away. It's kind of
This
annoying.
is very silly. It's probably better if I don't spend resin on this and do it in my own world, right?
Yes. I dumped
You'll
my
probably get better rewards for that.
I dumped my resin on the Pyro Regisvine when I killed it earlier, so I wouldn't accidentally do it here.
Are you trying to build ahead of fire crystals for when the Pyro Archon drops or something?
Yeah, because the next two characters I'm likely to roll on are going to be Pyro Archon and Geocat.
The two blondes, in other words.
Yes. And Navia could use a friend, and Geocat seems like she would be a good friend.
Yeah, I basically want to roll for her in order to revive my Ningguang team, because Ningguang is by far my most built character, despite the fact that she's a C tier 1.0 4-star.
We did that domain many, many times to get that gear.
He's got energy regen for days. Like, I could just fire my ultimate constantly. It's really fun. Unfortunately, the numbers don't quite shape up. That said, my most premium Hyperbloom team has worse performance against Golden Wolflord than my Ningguang team does, by a long margin. Like, my Ningguang team can kill it within one cycle. The Hyperbloom team absolutely can't. But yeah, so yeah, as far as Star Rail is concerned, I'm currently weighing up my pulling choices. I think I've probably got around 40k Jade,
Dang.
because I've been saving really carefully, because I wanted Lingsha. But yeah, there's lots of characters coming up that I want to pull. I don't know what, say, the upcoming ones will be like. Like, don't know what Rappa will be like. Don't know what Sunday will be like. Don't know what Tingyun would be like. Tingyun and Sunday are both speculative because I don't follow leaks very closely. So I speculate them because it's about the right time for them to be deployed based on the way the story is put together. And the hints that they've been dropping more or less continuously since about late Penacony. But that means that there's a lot of characters that could be good, sort of lurking in the future, and I don't know the actual time scale per se. So I've been saving quite carefully. I don't know precisely how I'm going to deploy those resources, though. Lingshar's definitely got a slot. Quite aside from liking her aesthetically, being able to free up Gallagher will be helpful, because I've got there are a couple of different teams I can build that would benefit quite significantly from both Gallagher and Lingshar's playstyles. Because while Gallagher and Lingshar are both structured a little bit differently, they both tend to fall into the same archetype, which is sustain that uses debuffs as an integral part of sustain.
Teleport to the domain. So you can
Lingshar's probably a better break support. So she has a perfect slot in a break team, and my break team is pretty premium right now. But she will also work well in a number of other formats. Gallagher, meanwhile, I think will work well with either an Acheron team or a break team. I'm not really sure how well Lingsha will work with an Acheron team. It's a bit more iffy. Could go poorly, could go well. Not really sure. I need to find a gas station around here somewhere.
One directly, if you're facing the domain we teleport to the left, on the ground. On the little bit lower than the domain.
I'll just use a teleport point. Hold on. I can't click that teleport point. There we go. Yeah, so having an extra sustain would be good. I'm a bit perturbed at how much preservation has fallen off recently. Like, I've got a really well built Fushuan, and Fushuan has a very strong advantage of being a character that, while she doesn't really synergize with any team, if you do put her in a team, she will make that team almost unkillable. Aside from mistakes and weird interventions that particular fights might have.
Taking the long way, Fern? Oh, there you are.
Yes.
But she doesn't synergize very well. Aventurine synergizes well, but is basically the only preservation character that has any synergy, and Aventurine synergy is almost exclusively with follow-up and nothing else. So I feel like they need to do some work with preservation in order to get them back competitive with the abundance approach. What I'm concerned about is that they will do this simply by introducing more bosses that will just one-shot characters. Because that's often the way you do it, right? Like, I find this in Pure Fiction, for instance, because the fight goes on for quite some time, although I also find in Apocalyptic Chaos, is that there are times where an abundance character just won't do, because if you, for whatever reason of just the way things happen to work out timing wise, you don't have healing available at a given moment. In a abundance sustained format, you can just end up with a character getting killed because too much damage comes out too quickly. The Fushuin's advantage, and the advantage of a lot of preservation approaches in general, is that it cuts off all of those one-shot, two-shot type situations. They just don't happen anymore.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if you've ever tried putting my Fushuin in a team before you forced me to remove my waifu in favor of Black Swan from
No,
my
because
support list.
I'm in farming mode right now, so I need to just make the farming go as fast as humanly
Like,
possible.
if you try it, you'll see what I mean. Like, things that would have normally taken off, like, 20 or 30% of your health will leave a tiny scratch you can barely see, because
Yeah.
I've built her for that purpose really extensively.
So fun fact, I figured out you can bring the. I was wondering if this worked, and it does. When he spits out the little cores that you're supposed to use pyro to light on fire, you can just bring this guy into the arena and eat them and throw them back
Yoshi
at
had
him.
them.
Yeah, you can eat
Yeah,
one, and then you can spit it, and it'll blow him up. And then you can hop out of him, and then you can do a twirly, and then throw the twirly, and then I can get back in him, so the timer doesn't reset. And you can just keep one of these guys active the whole time. I just wanted to see if that was possible. It makes us kill him way slower because it does Dendro damage on a Dendro resistant mob. I'm doing like 42 damage, but I just wanted to see if you could do that. Oh.
Yeah. Shame it doesn't do whoopsie.
Oh, he died.
Pyro damage.
He killed my thing. You jerk.
Killed your lizard.
Squirrel grass lizard.
You fat tub of lard. Is it the same species as the one that you
Yes.
can possess?
Yeah, it's just a really big one.
That hasn't figured out that you could spit those seeds out again instead of swallowing them?
Apparently.
Yeah, well, if you bring the thing that can eat them, you can just spit it again and blow them all up.
Anyway, is it time for a break because my bladder says it is?
Yes.
It is time for a break.
All right. We will continue our Natland ventures. Actually, we should probably pivot to the lightning hypothesis so that Fern can level up catching. But we'll be right back.
That would be nice.
Here is some music. Oh, no, actually, I don't have music queued up, so here's just the break screen. And we're back.
Yes, indeed. Okay, so picking up where I left off because my bladder decided that that was not going to have any more of me continuing a segment. Not much happening in Star Rail now, but there's a lot of stuff has been teased for the sort of immediate but not quite future. Holy cow! What happened?
Whoa!
We Dendro reacted.
Overload happened is what happened.
Oh, your Clee's max level, ain't it?
Oh right, it is, isn't it? Even
that'll
though
explain it.
her numbers are terrible, but only in her own context.
I was about to say,
I was like, hold on, what's going on here? I forgot that we were in a. I keep forgetting this is like the 8th time so far today that Fern is at a different world level.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm like, aggravate shouldn't do that much damage. It's good, but it's not that good, and I don't have any EM on my Yao Yao.
Who do I have that's a low level other than Yao Yao and
I know who.
Kachina?
Oh, I know who we can use. Both user. Been looking for a reason to use. We've been looking for a reason to use her.
Yep. All right. All I need is Core Lapis for catching now. I got all the shards I needed out of that one kill.
Oh, it's Amazon time, is it?
It's Amazon. It's Amazon delivery time.
Oh no.
Mine's only level 20, so this is going to be rough for me.
Mine's 50, but it has no anything.
I wonder if I can ascend her. Do I have any mats for that?
The Inquisitus Baptist.
The what now?
It's a desert boss. He's off in the middle of effing nowhere.
I've never fought that thing before.
I guarantee you haven't found that one. Do I have prototype Rancor currently? Rara? I might. Let's see.
Do I have any? I guess. What can I use? What have I got? Any spare gear? I don't know what. I don't know what she even scales off of.
I don't either.
I guess Deepwood Memories is usually a good bet for anything with a green background, right?
Oh, I had the perfect weapon for Kirara. Remember how I said I YOLO'd to get some on the weapon banner to get some
or
store
you
currency?
got like Kazuha or something weird.
Yeah,
like that,
I got Kazu's Elemental Mastery Sword or whatever. So I actually have like the perfect weapon for Kirara. It's laying around. I have been.
That's perfect, or
well, no, but for our purposes at this level, the okay. Elemental Mastery on it will more than make up the difference.
I'll slap Deepwood Memories on here because Deepwood Memories works on everybody who's green, right?
Or Lapis is a mining material firm. You get that just by breaking rocks in Liyue.
Yeah, which means I've got to go wandering around Liyue again.
I can do this. Hang on.
Actually, I should get more shards because I also need to.
Yeah, let's dump your resin first.
Ascend Lisa.
Did y'all teleport away to reset the boss?
The boss is reset. Okay. So come on over.
I need to find a hat, Deepwood hat.
What?
HP, healing bonus, defense. Good grief. My rolls on this were terrible.
HP percent 3. My hourglass says HP percent 3 flat stats and elemental mastery.
If I got any sands kicking about that I can use,
that was slightly better.
Do. It's fine. Do I have a good gladiator sands lying around? An attack will do. Attack will be fine. If I can find an attack one, that would be great. I really need to tidy these up because so much dross lying around. Okay. So I've given her some relics. I'll give her a sword so that I can actually hit things. We good? Okay. You've got the Nekomata and Boots one, so I will make do with the regular one.
I just find it fascinating how they managed to get cat feet into shoes. I mean, they don't do the shoe function, but they are still
Right.
onward.
Some reason I just spilled beer all over myself.
So your week with Star Rail.
Why is it suddenly start? Oh, my desk is a huge mess now. There's beer everywhere. It just started foaming for no reason. Like, this bottle has been open for the last 15 minutes. And then as soon as I tried to drink from it, it started to foam. And now I have beer everywhere. You guys can deal with the hypostasis. I've got a desk to clean up. Anyway. So, so Star Rail is currently they've been showing heaps of media over the past couple of weeks. I really enjoyed the little anime that they did. I linked it in our Discord server's mobile games channel, which is basically it's a side-by-side comparison type of thing between like a day in the life of Jing Yuan, who's the Arbiter General of the Shansho Lofu, and a day in the life of Fei Xiao, who's the Arbiter General of the Shansho Yao, what's it called? The Yaoqing? One of the other Shanshu ships. So yeah, it's really quite amusing. And the thing that's really struck me about it is that as a character, Fei Xiao is explicitly designed to be a girl boss character, right? Like fundamentally, that's her purpose and her appeal. The thing is that when they have done this sort of comparison thing between her and Jing Yuan, like it manages to be sort of like a comedic comparison between the two characters, which manages to make Fei Xiao look like a girl boss, but it also does this without in any way really dunking on Jing Yuan. It's like, oh, they just have different approaches to life, is the conclusion that you draw at the end of it, as opposed to, oh, the man is bad, but the girl is a girl boss, which is the way it's always done in the West.
Yep. You mean badly?
Yes, badly.
Yes.
But yeah, it's a fun little animation. It's definitely worth a watch. It's only like 3 minutes long or something like that. But it's full anime. And they do this for a lot of their 5-star new characters that they release. They'll do one of these. And they're always very high quality and very entertaining.
I'm gonna save the Dendro explosion for for the phase when it splits apart, because we didn't have any elements ready for when it did that.
No, we did not.
But yeah, so anyway, that's that. I don't have much more else to say about that, since everything that I have to do in the intervening time before the next patch is just essentially tweaking in various ways. So for ZZZ, I've made a little bit of progress in ZZZ. I've basically got caught up on the primary story and ignored everything else on the path to get there. And that includes doing the undercover R&B chapter, but it does not include doing character stories. But overall, I really enjoyed the whole process. I enjoyed the story and all that. But it really sort of stuck out like a sore thumb how much more fun I was having playing through the undercover R&B chapter compared to, say, any other random chapter.
So I get the feeling, because the TVs have been a complaint since beta, apparently. I went and looked this up this week. That people just don't like the TVs as a method of storytelling. But by that point, they probably had solidified that as the main way to push the storytelling for the initial launch. But for their post-patch content, they're like, okay, people don't like the TVs. And so they started working immediately for future, at least the patch content. We'll make these short stories instead, that you just control in a proper environment with the character. And this will give us the benefit of selling the character as well, because it's an action game in theory. So, letting people play with the character will let them sell it a bit better. I can almost guarantee some discussion like that happened.
Yeah, Yeah, overall, I really enjoyed that whole process. I enjoyed the little story they told and how they told it. I enjoyed getting to play at some sort of like reasonable length with a few different combats against a few different types of enemies with the character, rather than the sort of training mode version that you'd usually get.
Yeah, there's a
That
lot.
was fun.
There's a lot of small enemy encounters to show you how important triggering assault is and how much damage it can do with Jane. There's a full boss fight where they give you an electro character, and the boss applies electro to himself to make applying the electro easier. So you can really see where she stands out as a disorder trigger character. And they give you a whole bunch of different enemies with different health bars with the trial Jane to really sell you on this character and show you all that she can do in most realistic scenarios you'll come up against.
But as well as being a good sales tactic, it was also fun.
Yeah, it is fun. And Jane is she's a fun enough character. She's not my favorite character in the cast, but she's all right and fun to hang around with.
Has jiggle physics in her buttocks.
She does. But I'm from Atlanta,
And
so my value on those is
they
quite a
have
bit
you-
lower.
Well, the thing is that everything in life is about proportionality and balance, right? And in Atlanta, they just have too much.
Yeah.
But yeah, they give you a lot of opportunities to slow walk around as as Jane, being more or less compelled to stare at her backside as it jiggles. So yeah, they know exactly how to sell a character along every conceivable axis. Is the take home message here. But yeah, it was fun. I was very tempted to pull for Jane because she's a powerful character, and a fun one to play. She's definitely fun to play. She gives you a real sense of sort of energy and pace when you're playing her. She's one of those characters who playing her makes you feel skilled even if you're not. Type
Yeah.
of thing. I don't know if you know what I mean. But
Yes, you're especially with her second dodge, her forward dodge. The timing for a perfect dodge is very much more generous. So it makes you feel really good chaining that right after a normal perfect dodge because it feels like you're just going back to back to back with dodge counters. It makes you feel real good doing it, even though the second dodge is way easier to hit.
But yes, I eventually I have decided to not just go all in, but she is like, if you look at the banner pairings, you've got Ellen Joe and Jujuan, and then you've got Qingyi and Jane Doe. What that means is that Jane Doe is the second character on the banner, meaning the live stream previews of the next two characters are likely to be out while the Jane Doe banner is still running, meaning that there is no rush to pull for Jane Doe.
Yeah.
So I can wait and see what's coming down the line. And the two characters that are coming down the line that have been sort of there's a Papers, Please sort of event which kind of introduces them a little bit, but it looks like Bernice and Caesar are going to be the next two characters. And I'm interested in both of them. Bernice, because Bernice is an anomaly character and I like playing anomaly. She's fire and I'm really, really short on fire damage. And she seems like a reasonable character, sort of happy-go-lucky. She's also blonde, so I don't think Aristeel can afford to pull on blonde characters in ZZZ because there are so many of them. But
I am out of resources. I went negative pulling for Jane.
But yeah, that if Bernice is a reasonably put together character who doesn't suck to play as, and since they seem to be hell bent on giving you opportunities to really trial characters thoroughly before investing in them in ZZZ, I'll be able to get a good feel for that. So yeah, Bernice is interesting to me, and also I'm very interested to see what they do with Caesar. Seth is an interesting character because it's clear that they've got a job on their hands as far as deciding what is the approach going to be to make tanking relevant in a clear time focused action game.
They tried
Like-
something with Seth, but unfortunately, It's just not relevant right now. What he can do? Or
It is
they?
actually. All of the premium anomaly teams use him because his anomaly buff is massive.
Oh, is it that big? Okay,
Yes.
I was thinking more of his other mechanic, but yeah,
No,
that's
his other
helpful.
mechanic is not relevant compared to the amount of anomaly buff that he can give when you're using him correctly.
Okay,
So basically, he is the support, and this seems to be the thing, right? It seems that the gist is that tank is just another support class that happens to be named tank. It is a less fragile support class where the support class's specialty seems to be effects that trigger the R1 tagging, whereas it's a little bit less direct for the tanking class. But the tanking class seems to be basically a catch-all department for other types of support that they don't know where to stick, that have sort of like a loosely defensive bent in at least some part. So Seth has the aspect of granting a shield, which can be useful if you've got like I can totally see a build where you went, say,
he synergizes
the
incredibly. The only character that shield synergizes super duper well with is Kingu, because you have to stand there
no no
and
no
mash the button.
no no no. You're saying that because you hate Anton, but Anton's the exact same way.
Ah,
And
right.
Anton is who most people are using as their lightning DPS, because most people do not have other options.
Yeah, well,
But
there
Anton is
isn't
the
a 5
same
star
way.
lightning
Like,
DPS either.
Anton has a similar mechanic, but a much, much weaker one built into his kit that allows him to take maybe 75% of one hit without taking damage. But basically, Seth makes Anton able to act with impunity if you want to go that way. So the shield does have a use for characters that have channel type damage. That's basically what that's for. But the most important part in the premium builds people are using is he is a huge advantage to Anomaly. So the premium team that immediately suggests itself is Grace, Jane, Seth. And apparently this team performs extremely well. It's quite skill dependent because you have to have your timing right, you have to pay attention to a lot of gauges, and you have to be able to keep Jane alive because apparently Jane, in practice, is one of the more fragile characters in the game at the moment,
Mm-hmm.
which is proportional to her damage output, which is bonkers. But yeah, so when you combine Seth properly with a pair of anomaly characters, he performs extremely well, and he does have the reliable ability to just stand in the face of an incoming attack from a mini boss or a boss and sort of come out okay without too much difficulty. So when you do the tag in to get advantage from him, he's not going to get absolutely dunked in the meantime. Like a lot of the time, if I say I tag in Nicole to get her debuffs, Nicole will get absolutely teabagged by one attack in the meantime because she's a support. She's very fragile. Whereas Seth won't. When you tag Seth in, most attacks will sort of like be water off a duck's back, more or less. So it seems like they're going with a support thing. But the thing is, Seth fundamentally is a 4-star, and the logic with 4-stars from Hoyo are typically that they are a testing of the waters for a mechanical approach of a character. Caesar, on the other hand, is a physical tank 5-star. So I'm very curious as to see exactly what they're going to do, because from what I can tell, very little has been leaked about what Caesar's actual kit is.
Yeah.
So I'm very curious as to how they're going to do that, because this is the sort of character that Hoyo would typically use to introduce a new archetype. Because we haven't seen any 5-star tanks yet, have we?
Yeah. Well, we have 2 tanks. We have Ben and Seth.
Yeah. So there is no premium tank yet. So there's no sort of like class definer for tank.
Yeah, and until Seth, we didn't really have any. Even Ben is most of his kit is
It is
supporting.
a Kalita buff.
Yeah, he's there to if you just want to go ham on stun with Kaleda and run a DPS. That's all Ben has been good for.
I can sort of understand wanting to run that. Like Kalita is a very endearing character, but yeah, it's as an archetype, it has it originally was not well defined. With Seth, it has a little bit of definition to it, but not still a clear direction. But when they drop their first premium tank, that's where we're going to be able to sort of lock in and say, okay, so this is the type of thing that they're looking to do with this character. Oh, Fern did the boss. The current paradigm really doesn't leave a clear definition of what a tank should be or what you want to do with a tank or how you should use them. So it's definitely going to be interesting to see what they do with Caesar. I expect that Bernice is going to be a bit more straightforward. She's just going to be the entry to the fire anomaly category. But there's other characters coming down the line. There's a lot of debate about Miyabi, right? Like, because Miyabi was the story goes that Miyabi was in closed beta 1 for ZZZ. But people liked her so much and she was so overtuned that no testing took place because everybody refused to play anything but Miyabi. Because most of the CBT people playing, their objective is to see as much of the game as possible to make content, right? So they just picked the character that worked the most powerfully in the most situations, and Miyabi was broken at the time. So basically, the message that Hoyo took from this is, okay, Miyabi is completely busted. We can't put her in the game as is, so we will retire her, not only this current design, but she's actually not going to go back into CBT ever. So she was never seen again after they removed her from CBT. And that's the current state of affairs on Miyabi. The thing is that this is kind of sort of parallel to what they did with Ayaka in Genshin, who appeared in CBT for Genshin as well, I believe.
I see.
But then didn't reappear until Inazuma.
Yeah.
So, yeah, there's a lot of people who are champing at the bit for Miyabi to be added to the game, although it is based, number one, on the overpowered previous incarnation of her, and number two, nobody knows when she's actually going to come out because it could be a year or more, like it was for Genshin.
Yep.
Anyway, God.
Oh, I was gonna say, even if after the previews come out, if Bernice and Caesar don't look super amazing, or they just look like they might kind of work, I would still strongly consider just pulling for Jane, just so you can try pull for something. Because you need
to. I need to flesh out the roster some.
Yeah,
because I've been consistently pulling on the regular banner and consistently getting bupkis from it. Like the ZZZ gacha has been unbelievably harsh to me. Like this is like giving me flashbacks to my early FGO years where I went for like 6 months of play without getting a 5-star or a 4-star. No, I got 1 4-star in my first 6 months of FGO, other than the tutorial one. I got Martha from the gacha pulls, and I got Emiya on my tutorial pull, and I had no other 4-stars to work with. That was what FGO was like for me for like the first 6 months of play, which was a nightmare. It was really hard to progress because you don't know what you're doing for starters. And, everybody always says, oh, well, low-star characters work just fine. Everybody has their role. No character is useless. The thing that isn't being explored in a commentary like that is that in order to use low-star characters to their potential, you need a lot of mechanical knowledge about the game. And what do you have when you start a game? Not a lot of mechanical knowledge. So, yeah, I need to flesh out my roster a bit because I've pulled quite a lot of characters on the normal gacha now. Like I've done a lot of 10 pulls and I haven't gotten anything.
Yeah,
like my roster has not expanded at all. I've still just got like my pulls are Piper, Corrin, and 1 Anton. That's it. That's it over and over again. Just those.
The normal gacha does seem to be really stingy with giving you characters. The limited banners will give you the characters on them pretty consistently, and more ambies never hurts because it's going to be So
Yeah,
they
Envy's a really strong play. I like Qingyi a lot as a character. Like if I'd started earlier, there's a good chance I would have pulled on Qingyi because I think she's a really endearing character that I like seeing on screen. I like all of her interactions. Um, I like how she basically seems to quietly wind up everybody who's around her in a very subtle way. That's very entertaining. Um, but yeah, there's not a lot of premium stun options available other than being a furry, and
and
I don't
he's you
feel very
can't count
good.
on him because he's a 5-star on the perma banner.
Yeah, I don't know what because it looks like I'm gonna probably end up hitting my hitting my selector before I get another freaking character from the perma banner. But I don't know who I'll pick. There's a good chance that I'll pick Rena instead because I just like shock generally.
Yeah,
Um,
I got Rena on my pity fail, so I have a second copy of Rena now.
and plus Rena's a very fun character as well because the Victoria housekeeping aesthetic is kind of fun where they've got the Frankenstein's monster, the Wolfman, and the ghost, and then for some reason the Shark Girl.
I like
But
how all of them go out of their way, even though Wolfman comes up to try and act like the leader. All of them are just goobers, and
I mean,
won't let him have his
they
cool
do.
moment.
Everyone who isn't Ellen does their best in their own little way.
Rena's
Like
just
Corin is definitely trying hard.
she is trying very hard, but her buzzsaw needs to stay attached to its handle.
She's not very good at what she does, but she's giving it 100%, and you have to respect that on some level.
Yeah, and then you got Rena, who is might actually be a ghost. I haven't done her character
She
story
might.
yet.
What I am sure that she is in her spare time, she is definitely a 4chan shit poster.
Yes, Rena is incredibly fun. And then you got Joe, who is the typical delinquent lazy girl, the super strong but lazy character, and
I
all
don't
of
know if
them
she's
just
lazy or just narcoleptic.
that's possible. She could just have no gas in the tank ever. But all this is against the super serious Wolfman, who tries so hard to run a serious shop, and his coworkers are just
To be fair, they've got a good reputation, so he must be doing a good job.
that is true. But I much prefer
Considering the goobers he's got to work with, and
I'm
he's managed to still lead them to a prominent reputation in his field.
yeah, I just like that the furry gets dunked on every time he shows up with his coworkers.
I mean, he gets to have his cool scenes as well. There's a lot of cool scenes in the Ballet Twins chapter. Like they have heaps of little cut scenes that are all like really action packed and fun. Like it's just the whole thing is just a masterclass in direction, generally speaking. Like they've really outdone themselves in a lot of ways. If you like, anime pulp action schlock, ZZZ is like packed to the gills with it.
Yeah.
It's definitely if you're into that kind of thing, it's definitely a hard recommend.
Yeah, the defining moment as far as character and story is the bro fisting the backhoe.
That was definitely a thing, and sort of sets the tone for the entire story to a greater or lesser extent. And it's like sometimes I feel after having played through the ZZZ story is that Stell is a character that fell out of ZZZ and into the Honkai universe.
Yeah.
And she still thinks she's in ZZZ.
Yeah, everybody's kind of hello, I'm the galactic baseballer tier of character here.
But yeah, so I've played through that. I've played through Undercover R&B. It was a great storytelling mechanism compared to the and I really do appreciate the way they told the story. Like Twins used the Bangbu TV segment to its utmost.
Mm-hmm.
Like I feel like they did a really good job telling stories with that tool. But the thing is that it still felt like thin rations.
Mm-hmm.
Compared to the actual experience of playing in an environment like that. Like, because, like, it's sort of like a corporate building version of, I don't know, did you actually play Vampire the Masquerade?
A long
Evil
time
Lynette.
ago.
Well, the most famous sequence in that game is the haunted house near the start of the game,
Mm-hmm.
and just like the unexpectedly incredibly competent execution of a haunted house in that engine. Like, that's what you should have been playing for in the Ballet Twins, because basically it's a haunted building, right? It's sort of like, a corporate multiplex twin tower situation where there's this incredibly expensive project to build these big towers, which are supposed to be like the most lucrative real estate in the city, and then they get swallowed by a hollow, and everything goes kind of wrong, and nobody knows exactly why or how or what happened. And there's these ethereals lurking around there, but it sort of seems to be implied that the ethereals are in some way tied in an undefined way to some actual people who died in that hollow as a result of actions taken by the people who invested in it, and so on and so forth. Like, it's all like classic haunted house stuff, but you spend all your time looking at the sodding Bangbu TV. Can you imagine what they could have done with that environment?
Yeah.
It's just absolutely pregnant with possibility that's never explored because they're tied to the silly Bangbu TV mechanic.
Yeah, and I can't. I really do think at the end of the day, because R&B exists now, that Bangbu TV is a cost cutting measure because they dumped all their budget
I
into the
hope
set
that they
budgets.
do I hope that they do a survey soon, so that while it's fresh in everybody's mind, everybody can express just how much more they like this method of storytelling than the sodding Bangbu TV. Like, the Bangbu TV would be fine if you did it now and again, and it works really well for Simulated Universe. What is it called? Hollow Zero. It works extremely well for Hollow Zero. Like, it's ideal for Hollow Zero. I just don't think it's ideal as a narrative mechanism.
Yeah, and the exploration ones for the normal missions, the side missions, they give me the the normie missions in Blue Archive that you always have to grudge.
Yeah.
It's that exact same feeling I get when I go to do the normie missions in Z.
They've dramatically reduced the number of those that occur in events now. Like, events very rarely have them now. All of the old events do, but the new ones tend not to. They've just cut them.
Yeah, because they're just not fun.
Yeah.
Like
I mean, I feel like they sort of they continue to exist. Like, they will occasionally trot out when there's a new tier of gear or whatever. They'll trot out a new set, and I'll do them, but I'll do them once and then forget about them. I think that they know that nobody likes them, but it's sort of like, that there's going to be like 5 autists who think they're the coolest thing ever. And so they keep including them because they know that basically the way this does is that the community will come up with an optimal solution and everybody will follow it. Jobs are good. And I think that that's fine once you get to that point where it's sort of accepted by the developers. People don't really want to see more of this, and they are keeping it in there as a legacy thing. So it's become like, rather than the mainstream game, it's become a game mode, which is really very much a good comparison to what I hope they do with the Bangbu TV. I'm fine with it being a mode. Like, as far as like puzzle missions are concerned, that's fine. As far as Simulated Universe, Hollow Zero is concerned, that's fine. But for storytelling, Undercover R&B was just so much better.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I was absolutely glued to it. I played it till 2 a.m. in the morning.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I did it all in one run as well. I really, really liked how they presented it. The only thing about Undercover R&B I had to dig against is Jane's facial expressions.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess I didn't feel that was as strong because I was having such a good time. And her backside was very prominent on the screen a lot of the time, so I was kind of distracted from her face. But yeah, it's overall it's a great experience. And I've had a lot of very strident criticisms against ZZZ in the past, and I continue to do so. I think that them absolutely marrying themselves to the logic of clear times being the only currency is going to drag the game down in the long term. And honestly, I really want there to be multiplayer. I really, really want there to be multiplayer. Like, I know there's going to be latency issues. Get over it. Build some net code. You guys can really win with this. I
Like-
want there to be multiplayer.
Like, just for example, let's say you can't get the S rank clear times yet, but you still want to get the S rank rewards for the daily or weekly missions or whatever.
Like, I cannot clear the Hollow Butcher. I can't kill him. I've just been getting teabagged by him over and over ever since I got to my current internet level.
Yeah, the only
Like-
way you can reasonably get the S rank on that boss fight is to have an ether damage dealer. That
I don't.
and
I
well,
just
there's
don't. I've only got Nicole to work with.
well, that's it.
Zhu
If
will
you
not be back for 6 months.
well, here's the thing. Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. There is only one DPS or ether damage dealer, which means you're stuck with Nicole. And if you have not built up a Nicole and you didn't pull for Zhu Yuan, then you're kind of hosed.
Even if you have built up a Nicole, you're still hosed because she doesn't do enough damage.
Yeah, you gotta build her with the ether with one of the ether boos in the ether damage. Is there even another ether character at all besides Nicole? Not counting Zhu?
Can't think of one offhand. Like, I fought that freaking butcher for 15 solid minutes before I ran out of health because I just couldn't make his health bar go down as fast as he was chipping me away.
Yeah, it's you're gonna run into just the issue of elements. I think is the thing I'm most concerned with in this game.
And this is the behind the logic of why I didn't roll for Jane Doe, because there are heaps of free to play physicals. Because Billy's in there, Piper's in there, Corin's in there. Like, you're okay with that.
Yeah, and Corn's not bad.
When it comes to Ether, you're absolutely knackered.
Yeah, this was my logic for pulling for Zhu. Was I think I looked at the free to play pool of my Ether options, and there was Nicole and Nicole.
Like, I like Nicole. I think she's one of the most fun characters in terms of like the writing, because she's just like she's sort of like she's the Aru of ZZZ. Like, she's 100% focused on her business, but she's too much of a good person to ever be successful at it.
Yeah, she has a bit more airhead than Aru does. But,
no, I think Aru is way more of an airhead, and I think that Nicole is way more competent than Aru and less of an airhead than Aru, but she's also way more overconfident than Aru, because you can see in Aru's internal monologue that she realizes when she's gotten way out over her skis. You didn't do the latest Problem Solver event, I don't think, so you don't really see how it is, but basically her internal monologue is constantly her chastising herself for being unable to actually speak honestly about how far badly she realizes that she's gotten out of her depth. But in Nicole's case, she just is just like Blizzard, like totally convinced that the good times are just around the corner.
Yeah.
But so Nicole's really fun. I like her as a character. I hope she continues to play a part. And so far, they've continued to have her play a part throughout the story. Even though she's not in the focus like she was at the very start, she's still she was leading the court case against Vision, which has now fallen through completely because nothing can possibly ever go right for Nicole.
You play as her crew during the first section of Chapter 3 again. They bring him back.
But like, it's just, I haven't got my internet level high enough to do that. But yeah, she's a really fun character, but she's also the only thing that can do ether damage. If you don't roll on this one limited character cop, you're in a big deal of trouble. They need to start cranking out some more 4 stars sharpish.
Yeah, this is the big thing with ZZZ that makes me hesitant to recommend it. Their options are just not very good for 4-star characters because there just aren't very many. There aren't very many characters, period. For a gacha game, you've got maybe a roster of, 18 characters?
Yeah, I think that they probably have a release schedule that they've planned a long time in advance that makes a lot of sense on paper, but when actually lived by the people playing the game, it doesn't feel anywhere near as good. Like, I feel like Seth is a good addition to the cast, and narratively he makes sense as the character to deploy, but cast-wise I don't think he does, because you've already got Anton as your shock DPS, and you've got Grace as your shock anomaly, and technically speaking, you've got Rena as the support shock, and everybody's got Enby because the game basically relies on you to have Enby on tap at all times.
Yeah, the game.
But that basically means you've got the full complement to build a mono shock team if you want one. So why are they bringing out another shock character now? Well, it fits the narrative, and it fits the narrative well. Like, I feel like Seth is sort of like the perfect cutout character to have as the opposite number to a experienced, fast and loose with the rules character like Jane Doe. Like, he's the right foil for that storyline. But I feel like Jane Doe, number one, is the wrong character to release right now because we already have Physical Anomaly on the roster. And Seth is the wrong character to release right now because the next major limited is also a tank and we already have support type shock on the roster. So I'm not really sure what they're doing because the current releases, like this current banner, doesn't make sense relative to the game state in my mind.
Yeah, this is why for these early ones, while the roster is so small, I would not worry about S ranking crap and just get characters you think are fun and build them to.
That's basically all you can really do, and even so, you're not going to get S ranks because the moment that you hit about level 50-ish, your S ranks end up your S rank stages end up massively on the ropes if you don't have enough 5 stars. So because your numbers are just going to be lower. End of story.
Yeah, so I have a anecdote here that I can jab in with. Right before the show, I did the last version of the baby equivalent to Pure Fiction, which is level 50. It requires 2 teams. One was the Enby team that had what you call it on it, had Zoo on it, and one was the Kingi Jane Doe team, and one of these teams performed significantly better, even though I wasn't. But the problem was I got down to 4 seconds on the clock to get the S rank, and I have 2 characters, my Zoo and my Jane, that are relatively well built, and my Kingi is pretty built too. So I had 3 relatively well built characters that weren't doing damage that the enemy was resistant to, and they're 5 stars. And I barely met the time, and I landed every single perfect dodge on Ambi in the go attempt.
Yeah, and to put it in perspective, people have been posting apparently, and I don't follow the community that closely since Star Rail is my main game, but I've seen that apparently people are posting like S rank with Anton as DPS type videos.
Oh.
And what that translates to is that using a 4-star DPS and getting an S rank is an exceptional circumstance, not a norm.
Yeah, it looks like elemental coverage, if they lean too hard into it, is going to come back to bite them. I think it'll probably sell them a lot of characters in the short term, but it'll make the game more and more inaccessible the longer it goes on, unless they provide more and more 4-star options coverage and run a lot of banners for those coverage options.
I think they need to be vomiting out at least a 4-star every second patch for like the next year in order to actually normalize. Otherwise, the roster will be too small for free to players to continue playing. Like, you can't afford, and they know this, they must know this, because amongst all the gacha companies, Hoyo must have some of the most colossal databases of collected metrics in the world. They have to know the behavior of the free to players. But yeah, it just seems like this is a risky take. I'm wondering if, given the metrics they must have access to, I wonder if this just looks risky in the short term and they've got a bigger plan playing out. It's hard to say. But yeah, it's sort of hard to recommend as anything but I can recommend it to anybody right now as a dabbling game, but as a make this your main, even if they're already a gacha person, this seems like not a great play because the way that the gacha will look really isn't clear right now.
Yeah, I would recommend this as a story. Play it for the story, and then put it on hold if you don't like what you see. Otherwise, you can keep poking at it if you think there's potential here. I like action games, so I will continue to poke at it. But there is no real reason for me to turbo grind it right now because the character roster is so small. Even with the ludicrous number of materials needed to upgrade each character in this game, the roster being as small as it is, it's not really that stressful. But it also means there's no real incentive to turbo grind or hit every event as hard as possible.
Yeah, I think it's great. It's a fine approach to play it for the story. That's basically what I've been doing. Like I've got a list of side quests that are as long as a piece of string at this point because I've just been ignoring them. They're all there if I feel like idling away, and just doing some. But like I don't think that it's necessarily got the best story in the world, but the storytelling, like as far as like if you think of it in terms of the directorial skill used for an action scene in a movie, like they're pretty premium on that. Like the way the story is told in terms of, they've got a lot of Michael Bay style cool things to look at, I guess you could say, because I like the way they tell the story when they're doing it with the comic book panels. I like the way they tell the story when they're doing it with the action set pieces. The actual gameplay itself is quite fun to play, even for somebody who's kind of crummy at action games like me. It's quite accessible still. The problem is when you start to hit, I'd say probably when you hit about Internet 40, you start to feel drag on everything you do, resistance to your attempts to do things.
Yeah, well, part of that is also, I think, exacerbated by just how way too easy the early game is to not prepare you for the later game's higher health pools.
Yeah, it is not a smooth curve at all. And so, I've moved from ruffle stomping everything to the butcher teabags me every time I see him, and this is not really a fun experience.
Yeah.
I kind of want there to be some kind of intermediary step between killing everything easily and being used as a basketball by the enemy.
The one thing about this gameplay show I'll give in ZZ's favor is at least restarts are quick.
It's true. That's true. I presume there's a little bit of a hidden loading screen every time the character slowly strolls into a stage, because that really does wind me up if I've failed a few times.
Yeah, but from a game feel perspective, it's very easy just to pump your way back into a mission. And I will often restart missions if I screw the initial few dodges up or something and not having a good start. And it's
Yeah.
no penalty and super fast to do.
I visited my parents this week because my mother's had not done so well in recent days. She had a stroke recently. So I went to visit my family, and so I had only my laptop with me, but I didn't notice any discernible drop in performance as far as loading times and things went. And I know this is a game that's ostensibly designed for mobile, although I can't imagine the mobile phone that can actually play this well. But it still looks really nice and performs really well even on my laptop. So, for
All
what
right.
that's worth.
We should probably keep moving, by the way.
Yeah, I'm pretty much done. That was like the last thing I wanted.
I just don't want to stay on ZZ forever because we'll have plenty of opportunity to talk about that, especially when you make your pull. All right. So do you got anything else before I quickly zip through my week? I don't have very much.
That's it.
Well, that's a lie. I actually had a goodly amount of free time this week. However, it all went into more Yo-Yo, and we've already talked about most of the stuff that would be relevant.
Yeah, like my stream of information on what your friends are doing is like Aristotle has cleared this event, Aristotle has cleared this event, like it's like 4 or 5 events in the past 3 days type of thing.
Oh yeah, I went hard on that Pika Man event.
Did you end up converging onto the same team everybody does, which is early game counterattack and then late game the big fat robot?
Okay, not big fat robot. I went with the Centaur Man for my late game, but yeah, early game, the dude with the shield with the support dude to buff him, Bubbles, and your third slot of choice or your fourth slot of choice. Yeah, that team. The one I picked, the one that has the extra turns, that has the big single target kaboom for my extra slot of choice.
I chose Fat Man. Fat Man is like, Fat Man is the restart molding team where if you do it right, you'll just one shot the other team. But you've got to make sure you don't make any mistakes.
Yeah, I did not do that. For the late game, what I did was Hyper Energy Recharge Centaur Man, where I just had no sustain other than Bubbles, and Bubbles was focused on debuffing. I didn't actually build Bubbles for health. It just needed enough health to keep the Centaur alive. So I would give Bubbles the thing where every enemy it hits, it makes it take 20% more damage, but Bubbles also takes 20% more damage. And so because it has that, your It has that the
I built that
trotter.
one.
Yeah.
I built that one as well, but I built the trotter for healing. And I built the way I did it was I used Fat Robot as my premium character, and I built bubbles for healing, and I built the weird automaton that revives itself when it dies
Oh, the frog
and
one.
as a healer. Yeah, I built that one. And I built the miner that just buffs things and can make himself take another turn.
Oh yeah, that
And
one.
basically, the idea was to have a big wad of hit points, the ability to dictate when I took my turn, and then just feed everybody's HP into the big robot, and then nuke the opponent all in 1 or 2 turns.
Yeah, I just went with infinite energy, infinite turn Centaur Man. I just I took the support dude, the extra turn Aether thing, the Centaur, and Bubbles for my late game. And the strat was apply the support effect, slow down the support dude as much as possible by giving him all the chips that increase damage at the cost of speed and like do more damage when it's not your turn, and stick him on the thing that gets 50 turns, and then give that thing more stuff that gets it more turns. So because it's going to take like zillions of bonuses turns at the start, and just loop its ultimate with its normal combo like 7 or 8 times with the support guy helping, and then switch once the initial big turn kaboom is over. Just switch to the Centaur and have it get killing blows to get even more extra turns. So just don't let the enemy play the game became my strat.
I see.
And it had a few false starts a few times on some bosses, but it worked out fine. Few shoes, but it wasn't the end of the world ever.
What gets me is just what an outrageous amount of effort they must have gone to make that event. Like, it seems to be that every time a game decides it needs a Pika Man event, they just become overcome with autism.
Oh yeah, they clearly had somebody was a big fan because the final cutscene with Hook at the end. It's really short, but they spent so much money on it.
I was surprised at how much I liked that that finale.
Yeah, they made Pitch Dark Hook the Great the centerpiece, and it totally worked. And it's like a 20-second cutscene tops, but it's clear they spent the bank on it.
It's very silly, but it's outrageously dramatic.
So yeah, did that event. Did WoWo's event too? Was the other big event I did this week.
I love that event. I don't know why, but I just like it so much.
That event.
Everybody involved in that event is an absolute goober.
Yes. Also, there is no way in heck that event works if you play Kalis.
Yeah, it really wouldn't. Like, it would be very bizarre. I've never really thought about it in any great depth, but this story sort of requires 3 vapid women to be involved.
Yeah, like this story is about a bunch of goober. Even the way you talk in the text chat, like all the girls will say something, and then you will respond.
I don't know if the dialogue differs for Kailas or not. Maybe it does. I don't know.
Yeah, it would have to be a total rewrite almost, because the most common joke in the text messages is when Ivan or Hobo will say something, and then the other 2 girls will go, wow, or some one word or one line response, and the most appropriate option.
The sort of banal bullcrap that your average high schooler would say.
Yeah, your
high school girl.
Yeah, and you can respond with the third instance of the exact same line or word. And
maybe, I don't know, maybe this is just the normal discourse for the TikTok generation. Remember, we're a little bit out of date because we're all old fogies now.
That's true. But to me, that kind of dialect doesn't happen in guys' DMs or with a guy present. Like
my DMs, I don't know how closely my DMs resemble other people's DMs, because my DMs normally look like the sort of DMs that you witnessed from me over the past week, where every time you come back to your computer, there's like 3 pages of text for you to read.
Yeah, I think I came back and said something I can't repeat on air. That's a lot of messages. So I think I said you must have been bored at the airport. Was the first thing I said to you.
Yeah, it seems to be. I don't know what it's like elsewhere, but ever since it roughly COVID is what it feels like the time frame is. Airplanes have gotten delayed like 10 times as often as they used to.
Yeah. Even my flight in the U.S. was delayed by about at least just about under an hour when I was
Well,
flying this week.
I spent a long time sitting on my backside in the sodding airport.
So yeah, did that event. That event was a lot of fun. I like Guinevere and her friends. Everybody there is fun. Woho and Tail. I didn't expect Tail to be as nice as he was.
Well, he was sort of exactly as nice as I expected him to be. I felt like he was set up to be the character that he was. So I sort of anticipated this is how it is going to shake down in the end. Is that, oh, he really does care about her after all.
Yeah, my exposure to Tail has been only through combat until this event, and I've got a lot of combat exposure to Tail.
English Tail, no less in some cases.
Yes,
I have. You got to keep in mind, I have 0% exposure to English Tail.
I don't. English Tail is not in combat is not that bad. I get what they're going for with him, but he is a re-record of an old character, so it's hard to gauge the quality of the performance because the old Tail got fired. Well, the old Woho got fired, and that this in turn required them to re-record with Tail. So we don't know if he was also axed or if he just wasn't available, and they had to. And Woho and Tail are kind of they bounce off of each other, so you kind of need the performances to link. So they had to recast Tail as well.
But it's very much Woho's story in a lot of ways. And I really enjoyed that whole patch very much. Like it's probably my favorite event. There's so much flavor and character to it. Like it's written so well. You can really feel that a lot of love went into it, and that the writers had a really clear vision of what each of the characters was and how they would behave in each situation, and that like I just felt like it was executed perfectly.
Yeah, it's I liked the little social media app and how Gwen just lets you take it and roll with it as on her account. Like, yeah, you can do it.
Just
It's also I feel like it's also very like maybe in 10 years time, depending on what the social media landscape looks like 10 years from now, maybe it just won't make any sense in the future.
It almost because there's so much additional character flavor to it, it could like act as a time capsule in a way. It's not timeless because the jokes will get dated, but you'll be able to get a preview for how people used to talk in the old internet while still maintaining a strong characterization there, so you don't lose everything when it becomes dated.
I also, and this might be a little bit more controversial, I feel like somehow on some weird meta level that the story actually kind of works better because Gwenhyfen is so much like Kiara in appearance. Like it just creates sort of like an extra point of contact that that improves the verisimilitude of the whole thing.
Yeah, kinda. Although,
Just in a very subtle way, not overtly, but subtly. It's like your brain, if you're familiar with Kiara, your brain is already primed for this online content creator persona.
yeah, how's it going, fam? Lots of Zoomer dialect.
I have my questions about some of the dialect choices used by the localization team, but since I'm listening to the vocal track in Japanese, it doesn't affect me as much because I basically just use the text as a loose reference point rather than the actual translation.
Yeah.
Because I know that it's not going to be very accurate because they've adapted things heavily.
So I've been mostly switching the story to Japanese all the time because I can't stand the Astral Express crew. Their voice acting, any of them really. Himiko's about the only one that's passable. And for this event, I'll turn it back to English for combat because I prefer English combat voices. And I was doing the box stacking event, and I had finished it and was going back there to stack a few more boxes to get.
Saying that in isolation sounds asinine.
Yeah,
It does, doesn't it?
so I was going back to do a few more box stacking puzzles to get the
It's
last.
actually one of the most popular mini games they've ever released.
It is
Yay, box stacking.
it is OCD management, the minigame.
Oh, yeah,
'Cause
okay.
you have to fit as much crap as you can on the skiff within stacking restrictions.
I shouldn't throw stones. I'm looking forward to Satisfactory releasing next week, and that game is about as autistic as they come.
Yeah, it is autistic OCD simulator. So I was going back to stack more boxes to get the last little bit of currency I needed to buy out the remaining recipes from the shop, because you need the special event buy those from the Man in the Coat. And I triggered the cutscene in English by accident for Haunted for Foxy and Tails. And you trigger this by talking to Gwenifin over there, who I accidentally pressed X on. And she started yakking away, and the cutscene, the full voice acted cutscene started. I'm like, well, okay, we'll see how this goes. Gwenifin's voice actress is trying really, really hard. Really, really hard to do their job right.
I really want to give her credit because I think she's doing a good job. I don't think she's the most talented voice actress in the world.
Yeah,
I think she's actually giving her best, and she's not trying to creatively reinterpret the character on her own terms the way some do.
Yeah, she is trying her best to be as energetic as Gwenifin requires and give the good solid performance, and it is definitely an authentic performance. You get the feeling the English Gwenifin is a character exactly like the event portrays her to be. There is no question that she nailed that part of the performance. The problem is her voice itself is just it's got shoes. She's not naturally talented, and so her voice will crack and squeak all through the performance.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. She's got naturally a slightly husky voice, and I don't think that that's necessarily a great fit for voice acting as a career, because it's husky voices tend to be a little bit less stable unless you're already like 40 years old.
Yeah, and it pigeonholes you into very select type of roles.
Yeah, I think that she's doing, like, compared, if you think about her performance compared to some of the performances on that cast, though, I feel like criticizing her is like, demanding somebody remove the speck from their eye when you can see there are logs sticking out of everybody else's.
Yeah, I know. It's just I've been going without English for so long that when it came back, the character I had was Gwenifin. I'm like, you are clearly doing your best, but it's your squeaking girlfriend.
Yeah, I think that that's just the way her voice is. I mean, some people like that, like Raura is really popular from the newest Hololive generation.
Yes.
And she's got a voice that's a little bit like that as well.
Yeah, she can be a bit mushmouth sometimes, but
it's not unworkable.
Yeah, people just like her because she's absolutely chaotic.
But
yeah, I feel like I'm willing to give English Gwenifin a pass because there's so many other people that I want to dunk on.
Yeah, and I'll say something for the actors, because I think most of Star Rail's problem, it does have some really bad actors like your boy Don H and Stell.
Yeah, I feel like Stell just doesn't know what she's doing. Like, Stell side by sides with the other languages are actually like a genre of video on YouTube because people find it so objectionable.
Yeah, the voice acting for Stell is just awful. And your boy Don H is a different type of bad, but still awful. There's no getting around. That's all the actor. You could direct that as much as you wanted, and you're not getting anywhere. But some of the characters, it's a direction problem. The direction has been the biggest problem with the majority of the cast in Star Rail. And because you said Dr. Ratio's in it, I went through the introduction to Pinacone with English voices on. And Firefly is fine. Firefly sounds good, directed well. And their combat lines sound good too, so I was okay with that. The express crew is put on a bus, so I don't have to hear any of them. And Sampo shows up.
Oh, Sampo.
Okay, English Sampo if you listen to his combat lines and his performance on Guerrilla 6, you are going to want to murder the man. Not because he is the greasy salesperson that works for AHA, but because his voice is just the worst. Whoever directed him to do that and perform that way is an idiot. And this is clearly a direction problem. Because in Pinacone, he's not... I won't say he's gone to a standout performance level that could match the Japanese or anything, but he has clearly course-corrected. Somebody has explained to him better what that character is supposed to be, or the director has stopped being dumb. Or they just got a new director. Because he sounds like the greasy car salesman now, instead of, betray my customers, I charge extra.
Yeah.
So
You definitely get the appealing impression that Sampo is supposed to be that the used car salesman type, but yeah, the English, at least in Eurilo 6, he just sounds greasy, just greasy.
yeah, well, the problem is he's a little too playful and not as stoogey, I guess, in
That's a good way of putting it. Yeah.
in Guerrilla 6. Like it's just bad direction. Like the guy clearly knows how to do a character. It's just they told him to play the wrong character.
I don't know exactly how far through Pinacone you got.
We just had the date on the rooftop with Firefly.
There is a non-zero chance that he may go back to being bad.
Oh, I saw after the date scene when we're going to leave, I saw Sampo take off the mask.
Okay.
So I know what you're
because I don't know, because the thing is, like, if Sampo is like deliberately making a distinction between the way his character's being played in Pinacone and the way it was being played on Eurolo 6, then he could go back to being bad. That's what I'm a bit worried about when you're saying all of this.
Yeah, I know. I know the scene you're talking about where Sparkle is involved. But yeah, that's where I left off. Sparkle has flicked me on the head on the way out.
She do that. She. I don't know why I expected more from Sparkle. It was dumb of me to do so, but I kind of expected her to be going somewhere. But no, she actually is literally just doing everything she does during Pinacone for the lulz.
I mean, I can get behind it.
That's explicitly what she says she's doing, and I didn't believe her for some reason.
Because
he's a follower of AHA. I'm not really sure what you're expecting.
Your boy AHA.
He does everything for the lulz.
Yeah, so that's where I'm at with that. So this week was finish up Arm Alley, which I had started already, do Foxy and Tails in the Pokemon event, and a few other small side events like the Storyteller Combat Challenge event.
Number 5! Like, I cleared number 5 within the last month. That's how long it took me.
Like, it's just sitting there and mashing the button on Blade and hoping for crits.
That is what it boils down to. I eventually gave up trying to min-max my team, because on paper my team should have been able to ruffle stomp it, but it was always falling like, 100 points short or whatever.
Yeah, I was in that same
eventually
boat.
I did it over and over again, and eventually I just got it, and I exceeded it by like 300 points or something.
It devolved into 3 hours of just restarting that challenge over and over again for me.
So it was manifestly not about strategy by the end of it.
Yeah.
But like I recounted to you, there was a really common team comp at the time that would have been able to deal with it without too much effort, simply because of the types of characters that people were building back then. Like at that era when the Storyteller event came out, every person, free to play or pay to play, had a built Tingyun. Everybody had Tingyun in their roster. Nobody builds Tingyun now because premium supports exist, but back then premium supports didn't exist. Ranmei wasn't out, Robin wasn't out, Sparkle wasn't out. There weren't any. And so people had built Tingyun. And Tingyun just happens to work very well in a format like that, because what she does is provide the surplus energy that will allow you to ult with Blade every single turn, if not multiple times.
Yeah. It's the shoe we came into, or I ran into, was the two characters I've relied on to get me out of sticky situations when I don't have a team tailor built for something that was popular at the time has involved either Sparkle or Acheron, and neither of those are helpful in that particular mission at all. Because
No, 'cause they were
Sparkle,
both, or the missions are all designed in an example where neither of those characters had existed.
yeah, well, sometimes the raw utility of Sparkle's turn advance and the crit damage she can pump out is enough to get you over there, over the line, or the raw damage Acheron can do and how quick she can build her ultimate is enough to push you over the edge. The problem is that particular mission refunds your energy bar, which does nothing for Acheron as its key mechanic when you kill the Triers. And number two, you already are going to one-shot everything when Blade crits. You don't need more crit damage, you need more crit rate. And Sparkle's crit damage.
Yeah, so the Tingyun is basically, she's a battery, and she's a very high pace battery. So it's true that Sparkle can battery, but Sparkle doesn't battery to anywhere near the extent that a Tingyun who's properly tricked out can. Because Tingyun basically translates every point of energy that Tingyun earns is 0.5 points of energy for the character that she's supporting functionally. So generally speaking, it basically allows you to energy regen for your carry by 50%. And when energy regen is already buffed by the challenge, that basically amounts to your carry ulting over and over and over and over again. And I'm pretty sure that's what was the intended winning strategy for that particular challenge. But when you're working with, like, my two main carries are Acheron and Firefly. Firefly doesn't use an ult to do damage. She uses an ult to change mode. Acheron doesn't use energy to ult. So yeah, neither of those at all useful to me. I had to rely on Blade, but all of my supports are calibrated for supports that don't hinge on energy for their ulting. So yeah, I was in the same position as you, which is why it took me just as long as you to finish the sodding thing.
Yeah, so it was, and I did it at level 60. I did this. No, did I did it 60 or 70? I can't remember. Might have been 70. But it wasn't the max level, and it still took 3
Well,
hours of mashing the button.
The level really doesn't matter because it's something about it's basically hinges on the fact that the meta has dramatically altered since that challenge was made.
Well, it's relevant to my account because my options at the different stages of my account are become more limited as I rank up because I don't have any built characters until I'm near the end and ready to move up. And I just moved up to the point where I can do level 80 crap now.
I started with thirst pulling on Runmei, so the end of the Tingyun meta happened at the time that I started, so it was never a thing that I built Tingyun. I didn't really even think of her as an option because Runmei had basically taken over at that point. For people like me who were starting the game and therefore only had one team, and that wasn't a thing. And then I prioritized the next support as Robin. I didn't have enough quartz to go for Sparkle, so I went for Robin instead. And so, it means I've got two really solid supports, but it also means that I can't support energy regen at all. End of story.
Yeah. So after that event, I basically just pushed through the main story as much as I could because my objective is to get Star Rail to a point where I can put it on the shelf, basically. Because I cannot be playing 3 gotchas at one time; it's too much like work. I want to poke at ZZZ, and I would like to make Genshin my main game again for Hoyo stuff. And Star Rail is its nature as a JRPG sets it up to be put on the shelf. And I don't.
I have less free time, so Star Rail suits me better as a primary game.
Yeah. So if I'm going to keep poking at the Hoyoverse games, I have to really pick one to focus on and divide my attention between when I really want to play Genshin and go through Natlan right now, and go back and explore a bunch of the stuff I haven't done yet. You cannot do that if you're trying to also progress the Star Rail story, but the Star Rail story has an endpoint. When you catch up with current patches, and the game's not as old as Genshin, there's not as much story to catch up on. Bits are long. You will hit the current content eventually, and you can just log on to do event stories if you want, or you can do your dailies if you want, and it will become a lot less like work because Star Rail dailies go dump some energy on a node with his friend support, and you're done. You don't even have to do the daily quest. So that's another thing I do like about ZZZ. Even though they have nothing to do with gameplay, you can just do all of your dailies in town by going and eating some ramen, drinking a coffee, talking to the dog at the newsstand, and checking on the video store, and then you can log right out. You don't have to spend your energy.
It takes like 5 minutes. It's really convenient if you need to minimize the amount of time you spend in game, and it's basically what I've been doing with it most of the time. Because, like I said, Star Rail's my main game. It's the one where I spend most of my evening time on actually progressing my characters and my builds is in Star Rail rather than in ZZZ.
But yeah, Star Rail has an endpoint, and I am particularly hard lucked by my roster into the types of things I can build because I just don't have very many relative to Genshin, where the 5 stars are a premium that can carry an entire team around 1, and you can easily support it with 4 stars. Star Rail, I do not have very many 5-star damage dealers. I have Acheron and Kafka.
I think that basically the sort of the format that you aim for Star Rail is that you want 2 5-star carries, and you want to have 2 5-star supports. Everything else is just gravy for the most part, depending on how you're doing for sustain. Gallagher is as good of a sustain as most 5 stars, but there's not a second awesome 4-star sustain yet. I think that there'll probably be one coming down the pipe before too long in order to fill that niche.
So I posted
because they very obviously improved the level of power supplied by 4-star supports, 4-star sustains between the 1.0 sustains and Gallagher, because Gallagher is really powerful. I would say Gallagher is much better than both Bailu and Jeopard, and they're both 5 stars.
Yeah, so if you look at the roster I have of the level 80s, and the 70s will be the first ones to become 80s. I posted in live show chat. This is what I had the resources to get to when I bumped my world level up, so I could finally max out my characters.
Trailblazer.jpg.
Hey, I believe in the baseball bat. The baseball bat was integral to one of the challenges in the stupid storyteller event.
And for everybody who doesn't have Argenti, it will continue to be.
Yeah.
Because AoE physical is just not really a thing unless you pulled on Yunli.
So I believe in the baseball bat. I will probably believe in the hat more when I get the hat, just for the Devil May Cry reference. But
when I know they give you the hat for free at some point.
I have not got there in the story.
Event?
Oh no, you can use it right away, but I just refuse to use it until the story gives it to me.
Oh, okay, you're doing the same thing I'm doing then.
Yeah,
it's actually got quite a bit of It's not the most important thing, but it does have a certain amount of how do I say, thematic gravitas to receiving the hat, because it's part of
it seems like
it's
it'll
not
be
just
a
part
major.
of Pinacone. It's not part of Pinaconi's story. It's not just part of Pinaconi's story. It's also part of like Trailblazer lore.
Yeah.
Like it's like, because the Trailblazers are a faction within the universe, so you're not just like an isolated unit the way you are in Genshin. You are part of a faction, and that faction has its own laws and its own ideals and its own heroes and its own history, and the hat is part of that.
Yeah, so that's from context clues. That's virgin on spoiler territory for me at this point. So save that for when I get the hat. But,
well, I mean, Pom Pom tells you that at the start.
I know that's what I mean.
Pinacone.
But I didn't know it was related to the hat.
Well, the thing is that the hat is sort of like, there's nothing really special about the hat, to be honest. It's more sort of symbolic than anything else. Because if you notice, when you get the baseball bat, it's not the baseball bat that's important. The baseball bat is just a curio. It's that your instinct to reach for the baseball bat as your solution to your problems drew the gaze of the Aeon of Destruction, that you were at least in part aligned with the Aeon of Destruction. And that sort of is an interesting sort of window into the way that Aeons see the world, because Stell reaches for the baseball bat in order to combat the minions of destruction, but the fact that she sought to beat them into submission was enough to earn Destruction's blessing, even though she was his enemy.
Yeah. So yeah, my roster currently is the main team is a Acheron hypercarry team with support with a sub DPS of Kafka with Acheron, Kafka, Wowo, and Sparkle. You will notice that this team is not exactly the most optimal Acheron team out there.
Yeah, Acheron Kafka was like, it was regarded when Acheron came out as the face palm team, where okay, you can run it, I won't stop you. If you don't have a better option, then by all means, but find another option. Run Gwynifen.
So she just hit 80. I just got enough
Like,
credits to get
like
Gwynifen to 80.
For you, I would recommend a support. I mean, a sustain. I don't care which sustain, any sustain. Ideally, Gallagher if you can get him. Acheron.
I have him at E0, I think.
Because Gwynifen can attach debuff on hit, both with her skill and her regular attack once you've got her traces.
Yeah, I have that for her now.
Can do the same to a certain extent. Better if you get Eidolons in Pella. Even better still if you can get the Light Cone Resolution Shines as Pearls of Sweat. And on top of that, Gallagher, because Gallagher's the only sustain that sustains by way of debuff application.
Yeah. It is going to be very hard for me to part with Wowo ever for any team. It already is hard whenever I have to take two teams in the pure fiction stages.
Wowo works in every build. Like, you can use her as a sustain. Like, I use in my Acheron team a lot. I use Fushuan as a sustain, and Fushuan does not have any synergy with Acheron whatsoever. But because I like the robustness she adds to a team, and I like the support she adds to a team, then I consider it to be worth the sacrifice. And using Wowo as a sustain is the same logic.
Yeah, Wowo has the panic button. Well, she disguises all of your characters' union bursts as Minecone Brain, even after all these years. But disguises all of your characters' ultimates as oh crap buttons, because her passive, as long as she's got tokens, I call them, at the bottom of the UI, you get 2 every time you use her skill. And every time her turn rolls around, she loses a token. And so you need a skill with her every 2 turns to keep her tokens up. When a character's full turn rolls around, they get a heal plus a debuff cleanse. When you press the ultimate button, though, you get a half turn functionally, where it'll trigger just the heal portion of it. So if any character is getting whopped and they got a full energy bar, you can bail them out just by pressing their ultimate button, or any character's ultimate button. It heals everybody. So Wowo is going to be very, very hard to let go of because it just takes the RNG of enemies focus firing one character completely out of the equation.
Yeah, the first one is the same way, because Fushuan's mechanic is that any damage your team takes gets split mostly over onto Fushuan, who has massive health pool, like absolutely bonkers health pool. So she basically acts as a proxy health pool for the entire group, and she can self heal. So basically, she takes one shots off the table, essentially.
Yeah. If a singular big kaboom comes in that's going to literally one shot 100 to dead somebody, Wowo can't do anything about that. You're just gonna die. But for a bunch of enemies that are just deciding that your Kafka's looks like breakfast, yeah, you can fix that, even if it's not Wowo's turn. And you can take proactive steps to do so, which feels good. So I like Wowo. The event really endeared Wowo to me.
She's a universal sustain. Like, she occupies in the abundance category the same position that Fushuan occupies in the defensive, what's it called again? Preservation category. In that she doesn't synergize ultra strongly with any particular team, but she does work in every team. Her strongest synergy is Dot. She works really well in Dot teams, but Dot is kind of not on the ascendance right now, so that doesn't really mean anything.
I am curious with them rerunning both Kafka and Black Swan at the same time in this follow-up catch-up banner, if that's not indicative of something coming in the future.
Yeah, that could be indicative of one of two things. Either it's indicative that they want everybody to be enthusiastic about Dot going into the future, or they want to just rerun them now, so they've had their rerun and the people who want them are mollified so they can move on to other things for the time being. It could go either way.
Yeah. So that's where I'm at in Star Rail right now. I've been really pushing on that this week. I've done most of my multiple. When you get to Pinnaconiffer, there will be a city. You'll get to the lobby area of Pinnaconny, which isn't that big and not much to do there. And when you go into the city of Pinnaconny proper, and you see 32 chests on the map, do not do a good chunk of the main story before you start making laps to complete it. Otherwise, you're going to do about 5 extra laps.
Oh, right. Okay.
Because you keep unlocking more and more system mechanics, basically until you have a date with Firefly. That all are exploration mechanics, and every time you get a new one, if you've already done the lap before, you've got to go do another lap again.
Right.
Have you let out a cool sounding grunt yet?
Many times.
Okay, yes. There's a lot of chest hidden behind that mechanic.
Yes.
Okay.
That's going to be the most oblique conceivable thing to Fern.
Yep. That means absolutely nothing.
Just
It just sounds incredibly silly.
You just feel so cool while doing it. Why would you want to turn back when you could make these cool sounding grunts all the time?
It's worth paying attention to all of the stuff that happens in those, in terms of the story behind them, because all of it is actually an allegory.
Okay, I have not read the episode summaries that you get at the end of completing challenges. I've done 3 of them so far. 2 in the city and 1 on the rooftops.
I don't know how much of it events are in the library, and how much of them are permanent and stuff. But yeah, there's a lot of story embedded deeply in there that is all like deep lore for Pinnaconny.
Yeah. So okay.
It's just the general gist is that all of these stories that they relate in some way to sort of like they're like myths and legends of the Pinnaconny's society that have been elevated into children's stories type of thing.
Yeah. So yeah, that's where we're at with Star Rail. I'm liking Pinnaconny much better than the Lofu. The Lofu is not Lofu was a slow down point because it didn't resonate with me either. Like I know you like it, Vol, and Fern got stuck
I
there.
like it as an environment. I see a lot of problems with the story. Like I can see like objectively there are issues with it. I took it more slowly than you did by a considerable margin because Pinnaconny didn't exist when I was doing the Lofu, so I took my time. But it's definitely not as well put together as Pinnaconny, but in the way I was doing it, and then because the timing was such that Pinnaconny didn't exist when I was doing the Luofu, but it came out just as I was finishing the Luofu, so I was able to smoothly move on to it. So in that framing, I could sort of see the development the same way you can sort of see the sort of smooth path of development if you look at like the Whole and then Sumeru and then Fontaine type of thing, and you can see the parts of mechanics that they've identified need work and the way they've improved on them and moving forward with their storytelling techniques and so on. Like that's the same sort of experience that I had.
Yeah, I think the hyper focusing on a few characters and the environment itself rather than the lore of the place and letting the lore be told through the environment and through the extra stories you can read instead of hyper focusing on the long lives of the Luofu is a much better way to go about things.
Yeah, I still think there's a lot of meat there for telling stories in as a setting, but it wasn't executed great the first time through. I just like it as a place. Like, but a lot of that comes from the fact that I took my time spending a lot of time with the ghost hunting crew and stuff.
Yeah, that's about the only time they did it really well.
But you see, that was late in the Shansho Lofu cycle. It was like when their sort of grasp of how to tell stories in that environment was really mature. This is when they came out with the ghost hunting one. So it's sort of in a sense sort of like the magnum opus for that era of Shansho Lofu stories.
Yeah.
And also the characters in that story are just also lovable. Even Hanya, like Hanya's, I really like Hanya as well.
There's more core lapis up here, by the way.
Okay, I'm also getting the big orange creamsicle rocks as well.
I've been stealing all your chrysanthemums.
You can have a chrysanthemums. I just want the core lapis.
All right.
Don't touch that.
Well, we're not going to take your leeway stuff. We're drowning in it.
Yeah, I'm stealing all your Natlas stuff. I've heard there's a rumor floating around. I don't know how legit it is that chrysanthemums are involved in whatchamacallit, the Geocats
Ascension.
leveling mats, but they haven't made any announcements about what her mats actually are though, so it's all still rumors because I don't follow any people who play in CBT, so
Yeah. So
but I don't know what characters do use them, so it's entirely reasonable to just assume that Shalona uses them.
yeah, I pick them up anyway, just to have them for when I want to go through and clean up the recipe book, because they require local resources sometimes, and get all the recipes mastered, even if I don't have a character that can use the local things. So I usually just go and vacuum them. But yeah, that's my Star Rail progress. The only other progress this week, uh, the only other progress this week has been mostly finishing off Mualani so that I can actually see how she performs. And that was more just logging in resin dumping and seeing the numbers coming out of that. Yeah, next Nouvellette, she is not. As you may have seen from just our weekly boss kills, there are just some Sharky need not apply bosses. And like the whale or Jeff.
The whale. Yeah. Like the community, from what I've seen from the parts of, like, because I mainly follow Star Rail people, but a lot of those are also Genshin people. But a lot of what I've seen is that there are still people highly enthusiastic about Sharky and Sharky's damage output, but they don't spend a lot of time talking about the caveats.
Yeah, none of them are talking about how there are just some weekly bosses you can't take her to. It's just not going to work. You can try and surf on that whale all the time. We did it last week, and oh boy,
It was suboptimal.
You have no time to build up shark charges because he's barely touching the ground until the down phase, and maybe if you've got a super kitted out 5-star roster to drop him without Mualani into the suck-in phase, she's good on that fight. But even then, I think he was resistant to Hydro. I wasn't doing any damage to him with her.
With whale.
Yeah. So yeah, there's no scenario in that boss fight where she's useful. Jeff is moving around the dang arena too much, so good luck catching him on Sharky. That's not going to work out for you. Even though it will save you some stamina dodges and attacks, you're gonna be stuck because you can't catch him. Who else? We did not take her on the other one, the Dendro Dragon, but I imagine no, we did take her last week, and she was not super optimal there. It was mostly Hyper Bloom that was doing the job there because she can only hit 3 targets at a time without a roll.
Yeah, she seems to be sort of more like in some ways like a modern Diluc. Like intrinsically, her numbers are crazy high, but there's just a lot of situations where she can't really be maximized in any meaningful way.
Yeah, like, and then there's the general clunk of Shark, and I'm fine with the clunk of Shark and her not being available for every solution. That's why you have multiple characters.
It seems reasonable that if you can move that fast, that you should probably have to pay a price for it in mobility.
Yeah, and that's just kind of fine. I don't have a real problem with that at all. It's just what annoys me is people talking her up like she's the next Nouvellette, when not only does she have to deal with Sharky's wonkiness, she also just she relies on a combo. You need Vape to pull her off. She's not like Nouvellette where she can go mono Hydro. Because I can do silly numbers.
And self-heal.
Yeah, and self-heal. She has no self-healing. She has a big HP pool, but you need a Barber or a Farina or something to throw a healing stream totem out to keep her alive while she's surfing against the really hard hitters, because she can't dodge. And you've got to actually do the surfing. You've got to play the Toho grazing game with the shark to get enough wave charges to do the super attack. And you got to be able to do it fast enough to get 3 shots per use. Otherwise, you're losing quite a bit of damage. So she's good. There are use cases for her where she's really powerful. It's just that's not anywhere near as universally applicable as Laser Beam Man.
Yeah, like I mean, Nouvellette was kind of nuts when he came out. Like he would be nuts if he came out now, but when he did come out, he was like absurd. Doesn't even make any sense that he's this powerful. But I suppose the thing with Mualani is I think that if I could have Mualani be the level of power of every character coming out in the future, while in exchange there never being a Nouvellette again, then I pick that in a heartbeat, because I think that she's got a healthy balance of raw power but she should not really be used in these situations because there are better options.
Yeah. If you are at exactly 3 targets or a single target, the enemy is flat on the ground at all times, and it does not have anything that you can't abort Sharky for to dodge. Yeah, she's great. She's gonna kill it. She's gonna absolutely murder that mob. If it moves at all in sporadic motions, if it is ever up in the air, or if the terrain isn't perfectly flat, good luck. Because you're just not going to get the hits you need. And in that case, Diluc would be better, if that's the case. So she has niche cases, and I think she is a really good 5-star. It's I'm hoping that her damage numbers were to balance the fact that there is a giant amount of clunk in her kit. So basically, she's going to do really well in Spiral Abyss, but that's about it.
I think that's ideal though. Like that's sort of like if she were a design mature version of Klee. Like Klee's numbers are off the charts, but her kit is too clunky to actually use.
Yeah,
Which is why Klee's not good. She's got a lot of like raw power on paper that can't really be leveraged because it's just too clunky to actually utilize in a lot of situations. But I don't think that that's necessarily a bad place, provided that you don't have a spoiler in the environment like Nouvellette, who's just like so bonkers off the chain that everything gets leveled up to be assuming that people have access to that level of power. That's where you want to avoid. And unfortunately, like the Spiral Abyss is catered to people with that sort of build on their team.
yeah.
And that reduces the amount of Primogems available to normal people. I don't focus on Genshin very much, so I don't clear Spiral Abyss on the regular or at all. Compared to Star Rail, where I'm in the end game modes every cycle. But it's the basically the feeling of being unable to catch up to the average power level is already pretty demoralizing in Genshin without there being any more spoilers like Nouvellette. So I hope that they learn their lesson after him and don't introduce any more like him.
Yeah, but overall, I think Mualani and Kachina are some of the best set of 5-stars they put out in terms of both balance and game feel. They feel really good to use. Both of them do. They're both a lot of fun to play, and they both, even though they've got movement mechanics, don't overpower the rest of the cast too much, because in the areas where they're most relevant, there are other options. And in gameplay, Mualani's numbers may be cracked in the perfect environment for her, but she needs either the Spiral Abyss or the perfect environment for her to shine. And otherwise, she's situational. You're not going to whip her out for every solution. In fact, there's a huge number of solutions, usually the weekly crap me and Vol do, where Mualani just ain't the answer.
Yeah, my main concern right now is the whatchamacallit, the Featherflower girl. What's her name? Tuska.
The one with that one, the huntress.
Because the leaks say that she can literally just fly, which is definitely too powerful of a movement skill. So I don't know if they just let everybody fly by possessing a dinosaur or what, but
there's probably like
yeah,
the heresy that is feathered dinosaurs in her area.
Ugh, feathered dinosaurs.
Fluffy pteranodon, probably.
Ugh. I won't. I will go to my grave believing that dinosaurs did not look like chickens, and I'll ask God when I see him if it was really necessary for him to give them feathers if they turned out to have had feathers, because they were so much cooler before they did.
If he grins and laughs, then yeah, okay. I'm running out of laps over this side of the mountain.
You missed a huge batch over on Primat.
Yep, I also got distracted by more shiny things.
Yeah, there's a huge batch of it up here.
I'm
All
trying
right,
to
coming
find Kachina berries.
But yeah,
And to my great surprise and delight, there's now a tracking system the same way there is for monsters for ascension mats.
yep.
Where
Oh, thank goodness.
it will circle likely locations on the map for you to look for them.
Yep. Find local specialties fairly easily now. Because that was always just you're going to go look it up on a map outside the game anyway. Why not just put it?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to be so bald faced as to actually integrate the interactive map into the game per se, in order to maintain a certain amount of verisimilitude that it's a game mechanic and not you just like going down a list. But it's certainly helpful to at least have a loose idea of where to look, rather than for me to walk in circles for half an hour. When you're a person like me who has no sense of directions, this type of thing is already very difficult at the best of times. But having it actually on the minimap is very helpful.
I did. I have liked Acheron. Speaking of lack of direction, the few instances she showed up. Where,
There's a meta meme of putting Acheron on Hoyo game memes where she doesn't really belong, with a comment saying, "Why am I here?"
yeah, there's a one variant of Acheron Lost meme that I've seen where it's I forget what the Honkai third version is, but it's like she is good. The something about how she isn't good in the kitchen, and then the Raiden Shogun can't cook, and then how Acheron can't find the kitchen.
Yeah, like, well, that's because Raiden Mei in Honkai Third is like the team mom for the girls, like because the trio that are like they're together at the start and they go their different paths, but they eventually bounce off each other in various ways throughout the story. The core trio are Kiana and Raiden Mei and Bronya, and they of the three of them, Kiana is the retard, Mei is the team mom, and Bronya is the nerd. So, her being the one who cooked lunches for them is sort of like the status quo at the start of the story, and that's why it's a joke that Raiden Mei is the only character in Genshin who can't be used as a cooking character, because she just doesn't know how. It's the contrast between the two. But Acheron, I don't know exactly when it happens. It might be in like a chat message or something that you get from Acheron at some point. But she actually talks about how she's quite good at cooking and loves to cook, but because she's been touched by nihility, she can't taste anymore, and so she doesn't really know whether or not she's still maintaining her skills.
Yeah, and she can't find the kitchen.
That's also true. She has no sense of direction. It's largely due to the fact that she can't hold memories in her mind for protracted periods of time.
Yeah, she mentioned that briefly with interaction with her. I know a little bit about Acheron's character from having her on my team, and
Even over the course of Penacony, you don't learn a lot about her. You will get quite a bit of discourse from her, provided that you don't accidentally shortcut her ending in the final scenes where you say goodbye to her when you are leaving Penacony to move on to your next adventure. So make sure you check the details on that conversation ahead of time so that you know you don't pick the option which just shortcuts it. I don't know why they do things like that. I think that they should have just railroaded people into that conversation so that they can't miss out.
there's a lot of
Because
optional chat with the crew that pops up, and a whole lot of cutscenes that seem like the other dialogue paths are just as important.
Yeah, I mean, oftentimes it's just like, oh no, there is this one line of speech that will cause the character you're talking to go off on a tangent, and sometimes that tangent is interesting or important. But yeah, Raiden Mei in her incarnation as Acheron talks quite a bit about just what her view of things are, and what her take on the world is, and the right way to act and that type of thing when she's saying goodbye to you. But it's sort of heavily implied in some senses that well, she's saying goodbye, and it's definitely a goodbye. You're not expecting to run into her again tomorrow, although she may get lost and that may happen. But it leaves her as very much a live agent in the story, but one that's not necessarily tied very closely to you anymore.
I see. All right. That's about all we overdid on Hoyo again, but it's our active game at the moment.
Well,
for me
the thing is
involved.
that they're actually giving us material, unlike freaking Final Fantasy, which is just disappointing us.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
Like
did get
we could be carrying on for weeks on end about Final Fantasy. Goodness knows we have in the past, and we did for things like Skyrim and that really captured our imaginations. But
it's
they've just failed to hit that bar this time.
it's
the only thing they've put out so far is addressing issues with the new character models.
I saw an interview. I saw a transcript, like a snatch of a transcript of an interview where Yoshi P said something which it wasn't apologetic, and it wasn't like
it was a dodge, is
it
what I saw.
it wasn't a mea culpa, but it definitely included we're reassessing the way we told the story because people clearly didn't like Wuk LMAO.
Yeah. It seems like in his power as executive, he's doing what he can to acknowledge the shoe, but it also felt like a dodge because he has to dodge it.
Well, number one, he has to dodge it, but number two, you've got to sort of, if you're willing to give him any rope at all, you kind of have to say, well, to be fair, he is getting a message from a lot of people that it was great. Because the entire Western contingent doesn't feel free to say that it wasn't, because toxic positivity is way worse in the West than it is in the East.
Yeah, that, and he also doesn't want to throw his staff under the bus.
Well, that's true also. The East tends to suffer more from toxic conformity, but toxic positivity, where you have to say something is good as opposed to not opposing something, is definitely a Western phenomenon, and a recent one at that.
It's reached a real peak in the last few years, where especially in Final Fantasy in particular, seems to have cultivated a very toxic positivity community where you're just not allowed to criticize anything. You'll just get put on blast by everybody, and even the subreddit that was made to criticize the game is now just stuck in shill mode for it.
Yeah, well, it's because everybody wants to appear like that they don't, for some reason, that they don't have strong feelings about things. Like it sort of, it's almost like having convictions is considered to be a vice.
It does appear to be.
If you stand by your position on something, that's considered to be vicious rather than a virtuous. And
unless of course your take is absolutely awful, in which case standing by it is the dumb thing.
Well, it's not a matter of whether the take is awful or not, it's whether the take is rational or not. Like, if you can say, oh, I don't like this thing for this reason, and no matter how many times you tell me that it's good, these reasons you haven't addressed them, therefore I still think it's bad, then that's a rational objection.
Yes.
But having that sort of conviction at all, like, because people seem to think that whether something is good or bad is only a matter of perspective, as opposed to perspective plays into your interpretation of that, because it does. Your perspective is going to change the way that you interpret a given piece of data, but you can still also say objective things about it that are true, and have a discussion over what that has on the effect of the quality of it and its ability to convey whatever it's attempting to convey or whatnot. But what is toxic is that the holding to the perspective that you have decided that something is bad because there are people that think it is good, and that you holding a position that it is bad is a personal attack on those people, and that your only possible motivation in that sense could be hatred. This is the norm point of view now in the toxic positive fandom that Final Fantasy XIV has arrived at. That if you don't like something about it, it's you attacking people who do like that sort of thing about it, and attacking them personally, not debating their point of view.
Yes, an attack on their argument is attack on them personally.
And
Yeah.
so the thing is that because this is settled in, it reinforces this sort of like hyper consensus based thinking where rather than trying to form a point of view, people look for the most acceptable one that will attract the least opprobrium and adopt that point of view irrespective of their personal feelings about the situation. And the story in Dawn Trail has attracted quite a significant community of people who agree that it is good, because to not agree that it is good is hazardous to their social standing.
Yep.
And so all of this, however, translates to feedback, and feedback that is obviously going to be perceived as authentic by the developer community of the game, and they don't really have much choice but to do so, because feedback is feedback as far as they're concerned. The fact that there's this sort of like bizarre toxic social phenomenon that is coloring the feedback is not going to be as readily transmitted to the developers. So my personal belief is there are a lot of people who are dramatically overrating the story of Dawn Trail and the portrayal of the characters and the delivery of the story because they are pressured into it by a particular social environment where to think otherwise would attract suspicion or hostility. And it doesn't have anything to do with the actual quality of the product as a whole for some portion of that community supplying feedback.
Yeah, I can buy most of that. I'd have to think about it a bit more, but I think you're in the right ballpark.
Yeah.
And I think that this is going to have a net deleterious effect on the direction moving forward, because even if a person will talk the talk about having appreciated this, that, or the other aspect of Dawn Trail's story, it's still possible that it's not true and that they feel otherwise, and their visceral reaction will be otherwise. Their public reaction will not agree with their visceral reaction, but the developers are not privy to your visceral reaction. They're only privy to your public reaction. So if you publicly react in such a way as to say you like or dislike something, but then you privately experience that you do or do not enjoy something contrary to your public testimony, well, there's no way for the developer to then adjust their approach in a way that's going to improve the situation, because you did not give an honest testimony to how you felt about it, even though your reaction might be true to how you did feel about it in terms of your actions as a customer. And ultimately, that's the issue, right? Because customers are what matter in order to keep a product on the shelf. If people feel enthusiastic about Dawn Trail in a legitimate way, then they will put time and effort and money into it. If they feel like it's not great, then they won't put time and effort and money into it, irrespective of whether they support it in public or not. But that public support or lack thereof is all that Yoshi P has got to go on. And so I think he's got a really troubling task to pass the feedback he's receiving from the West, where the West has introduced a whole bunch of like bizarre and nonsensical political dimensions to the assessment of whether a story is enjoyable or not.
Actually, one of the most bizarre arguments I have seen pop up time and time again is, oh, it's only the WoW refugees who are being negative about it.
WoW refugee is not a thing anymore. Like, that's not a thing. There's not.
No, it's not.
Right now, a massive outflow of people from World of Warcraft to Final Fantasy XIV. That was a thing that happened during Shadowlands, and it was a phenomenon that was local to Shadowlands. That does not mean it can't happen again, but it is not happening now. As
Right
an
now, it's
argument,
actually happening the other way. Those people are going back.
It is completely irrelevant. Like, well, a lot of people do have positive things to say about the new expansion in World of Warcraft, and the shell engine is in high gear right now, as is logical for this point in the expansion cycle. So it's natural to see a certain amount of flow in that direction.
Yeah, they blew up Dalaran, so they're doing something right.
WoW refugees never hated World of Warcraft on an intrinsic level. They felt about Shadowlands the way we feel about the story in Dawn Trail. Betrayed, neglected, undersupplied with the quality of content that we thought we were going to get. Like the phenomenon is relatively analogous.
Yes.
That's just a fundamental reality of the situation that we're currently experiencing.
The only
It's not going to
difference
go away.
the drop off in quality is probably the only real big difference.
There were certainly very high heights from which Final Fantasy fell. I feel like
Mhm.
World of Warcraft went on a modestly sharp downward slope, but an even one that
Yes.
hit an absolute nadir in Shadowlands, where the last sort of fragments of things that made sense finally crumbled away into sort of like nonsensical bullcrap pseudo deep writing.
There's actually an interview out there from Metzen when he walked back into the writing room. He was trying to be polite about it, but he described the writing room as extremely democratic.
Yeah,
Well-
everybody should know by now, which is very strange that people keep doing this, that writing by committee never works. Ever.
That's what that means, is writing by committee. You need
It
someone
never
at the
works.
top with a big vision.
That doesn't guarantee that a person at the top with a big vision has a good one. After all, not Final Fantasy. Let's see, Mass
Last of
Effect
Us,
3. Mass Effect 3. Mass Effect 3 was written by a writing team, but the finale was written by one person.
in a closet.
Yeah, so there was a strong narrative lead for the writing team for the majority of Mass Effect 3, which is why that despite its flaws, it still feels like it's going somewhere in particular. And then it doesn't arrive anywhere in particular. And that's because one person decided to write that ending. They decided that they were going to cut the rest of the narrative process out in order for things to be done in a particular way that they approved of. Or, I don't know, we can't know, but it might be that they had received some kind of edict from the top that they wanted the ending changed and it needed to be done in a hurry, so it was only one person that did it. There's also an option,
Yeah.
because that's the type of thing that we've seen now does happen sometimes. But just because there was one person does not mean it will work well. But
Mhm.
designing by committee for the sake of designing by committee, especially with the goal that designing by committee will make things better or fairer or more even or more accessible or whatever, that's not true. Designing by committee makes things more incoherent.
Yeah, you need a
That's
bit of a
the
balance.
net out. That's the net output. Like, you can't write in isolation, because otherwise you end up with the DM who has the story he thinks he's really cool, but nobody else agrees, but he's still trying to railroad everybody into it. That's what you get if you only ever have one person involved in telling the story and nobody else is consulted. However, if you try and design everything by committee, you end up with this sort of bland, deracinated, flattened out garbage that can't engage anybody because there's no life in it.
Yeah, just simply having a unified creative vision will go a long way in your writing process to make something interesting, because it's much easier to take a story that one person has worked on, thought about, and kept consistent, and go, okay, I see where they were going with this. They may or may not get there in the end. They may fumble it, but you at least can see the idea there, usually.
Yeah, and then you can build on that.
But and you can work with that. If you have a committee writing something, as always, everybody's got a different idea where they want to take the story, so your vision is not unified the whole way through. Your themes, your message you're trying to get across, your characterization, the characters, your tone, it's all going to be all over the place. And that just
So you have this problem with post facto interpretation and death of the author and so on. These literary criticism contexts and concepts that allow people to arrive at radically different conclusions about the message of a story, and it's fine after the fact if they arrive at radically different conclusions to the story, provided that they aren't telling everybody that this is the only correct interpretation. The thing is that if you start with that before the story's established, you can't actually arrive anywhere because nobody is in agreement. Everybody's going to have their own interpretation of what story is being told here, and if everybody is pursuing their own interpretation, you can't actually arrive at a coherent storyline because everybody's got a different idea of the direction that they think that they're heading with this, and you end up with very bizarre stories that usually the net effect is that the story doesn't go anywhere in the end, and you arrive exactly where you started with everybody having a different interpretation. And I think that's very much in effect in Dawn Trail, because the most evident thing that you see at the end of Dawn Trail is nothing has changed. Like, you overturn a civilization, nothing changes. You appoint a new monarch, nothing changes. You have a war and an invasion, nothing changes. Nothing has changed at the end whatsoever in Dawn Trail. And that how can you change anything, though? Nobody agreed on where they were going to begin with. They had no choice. This would be the like typical of a approach to writing where the focus is to get everybody to agree with it rather than to tell a particular story. So while Final Fantasy is not typically written by committee, the effect this time has a lot of resemblances to writing by committee, and I think that's largely due to the fact that the vision of what the story should be was occluded by a desire to make the story more inoffensive and generic. Like, they're trying to appeal rather than to tell a story.
Yeah. And they just don't have a strong central theme either. Well, really any theme. I think the theme for the first half of the game is basically friendship. That's it.
Like, you find your audience for a story by telling a story that people will encounter, and through that encounter find compelling. You don't actually tell a story and attract an audience by setting out with the goal of being compelling. Like, that's not the a priori condition for telling a good story. The story has to be intrinsically worthwhile to spend time investing yourself in before you can find it compelling. You can't set out with like, oh well, I want the story to appeal to people, because there's no content to be appealing at that stage. It's not a rational place to start. You've got to actually have the story, and then, well, I mean, you can workshop that story. There are people in the studio who can help you do that, but you can't workshop the story with the starting goal of, I want to make an appealing story. It needs to be, I want to tell a story about X, and then build from there.
Or, I've got a couple cool ideas and themes here for a story, and I got an idea where it wants to go. Here's the outline. Help me get there. That's what you can do with a writing team.
Well, the outline of FF14's Dawn Trail expansion seems fine. Like, there are innumerable engaging stories told about succession struggles throughout the ages, all across multiple cultures. This is one of the most popular topics, in fact. Like, ultimately, the entire Romance of the Three Kingdoms is about succession struggles.
Yes.
But that's not where they stopped. They took a succession struggle and they just wanted everything in it to be friendly and appealing. So they started out with a character who is sort of in some sense so inoffensive that they can't possibly be liked, because they're so frictionless. There's no grip there. You can't get a grip on the character of Wuk LMAO because there's nothing to grip. She's totally vapid. She doesn't have anything that is intrinsically her except for being Wuk LMAO, and the essence of being Wuk LMAO is all bad things. It is about sort of like unbroken naivety over time, inability to conceive of anything outside of her immediate proximity, inability to commit to anything that requires any kind of expenditure of her own self. Like, they're all negative traits, and the reason why everything condenses down to inabilities is that in the storytelling of Wuk LMAO, they didn't ever give her any strong points. There's nothing good about Wuk LMAO. She doesn't have anything at all. Like, if you look at her near competitor Koana, he's got a sort of like a zeal for innovation, a zeal to see his country progress, a zeal to bring new ideas in. He loves the culture of Sharlayan and the things that he learned there, and so on and so forth. He has got way more of a deep and like formative, abiding love for his family than any of the other members of his family do. And so he's got all of these traits. You can list these traits about Kwana. You can't list positive traits for Wuk LMAO because she doesn't have any. She was never given any. The only thing she wants is peace. And when she says peace, if you look at all the context in which she talks about it, what she means is the status quo. She doesn't want anything to change. So that's not actually a positive trait. So when you describe this character, the only thing that you can actually find are deficiencies. And I think that that's because the story had no direction. They did not want to tell a story about Wuk LMAO, but they made her the main character anyway. If they wanted to tell a story about Wuk LMAO, you would have to say, okay, there's this character, she has these traits, she wants to accomplish these things, and in the process of doing these things, the traits that she has will rub up against the challenges that she encounters on the way in these ways with these types of outcomes and so on and so forth. But you've got a totally cardboard character who the only thing she has is deficiencies. She is deficient in knowledge, she's deficient in maturity, and she doesn't actually manage to make contact with any of her challenges in a maturing way because she doesn't actually have any positive traits to act as a latching point.
Yeah. It's a well-run path, basically, the story that they tried to tell. It's like a naive young goober wants to grow up to be king or something like that, gets out into the world, talks to people, and finds out that things aren't as rosy as they're all portrayed, and kind of goes through a learning process and then comes back better. Wuk LMAO didn't do any of that.
Like the stock modern pop culture one that people always use as Luke Skywalker, right?
Yeah.
And, his story is told over a long period of time, but his goal is to become a hero in the way that the father of his that exists in his mind's eye was a hero. And, he gets dragged out of his comfortable life against his will to walk this path, and he gets out over his skis multiple times and ends up in disastrous situations multiple times before he reaches the point of maturity and victory. Not speaking, of course, of the heretical follow-up where they undo all of that for no reason. Because
we ignore that.
It's constructed along the same lines as Dawn Trail, in that every character becomes a character of deficits. Except in some cases, because, Rey is so extreme, it's more like she has deficits of anything about her that gives her character, in the sense that she has everything already, as opposed to Wuk LMAO, who has nothing and seeks nothing.
Rey is a classic Mary Sue.
Yeah, far be it from anybody to actually acknowledge that outside of the immediate circle of her critics. But, yeah, so I think that basically the writing in Dawn Trail embodies the worst end goal that you can accomplish, one of the worst end goals you can accomplish when you write by committee. That is to say, to write in a way that is all things to all men and therefore nothing to anybody.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a mess. I'm glad we got Kachina though. If you want your little girl wants to reach a position of power and struggle while doing it story, Kachina's got you covered.
Yeah, and I'm sort of appalled by that, and as much as I'm delighted by that, I'm also appalled by it. It's like, so basically what you're saying is now we're going to the Chinese Communist Party to get decent writing, because they are essentially using the Western gaming industry and the Japanese gaming industry, since it's in rapid freefall, by following after the Western one, they're using them as a how-to manual. And just look at them. Okay, so they did this, it went up like a lead balloon, let's do the opposite and it will be fine.
And turns out it makes an awful lot of money.
I'm utterly incredulous at the sort of like the sort of mental, like, what is the word, cognitive dissonance that must exist within like the Hoyo fandom, because they're all like a massive proportion of the most active people who allege themselves to be members of that community are like raging hysterical SJWs, and they protest non-stop about Ahoyo games, but despite themselves, they just can't seem to stop playing them.
Yeah.
Like, you've got a character like Jane Doe who's just came out for ZZZ. She is constructed out of fanservicium as the primary element. she has jiggle physics in the front, and she has jiggle physics in the back.
Booty, just don't quit.
She has fair skin, as you would find on a Caucasian individual, which we all know is kryptonite to the SJWs, because they think everybody in the world should be brown. Like, everything about her is like the absolute worst thing possible for the type of people who infest the loudest portion of the Ho-Oh fandom. They can't seem to resist. They can't leave it alone. When they boycott Ho-Oh, Ho-Oh turns record profits. Like, what is going on here?
And fires the people responsible.
Yeah, so Ho-Yo, I was worried that they would just let this slide, but it seems like they actually put a couple heads on pikes with people, their own employees, functionally, bad-mouthing their product.
No, I mean, they've got an incentive to do so, because that sort of thing is very appealing to the CCP, who is, in China, everybody's ultimate authority.
Yeah.
Like, these are people who are actively dabbing on and trying to harm a CCP product, if you want to put it in those terms. And they have been appropriately disciplined for this and excluded from doing any further harm to the reputation of a Chinese product. Like, they've got an incentive for that. The fact that it's also to their benefit in almost every conceivable way, notwithstanding, of course. So, yeah, the incentive structure just happens to work in the favour of getting rid of these types of pernicious elements at this point.
I'm really not sure what they were expecting.
I mean, I've always been a fan of the heads on pikes mentality when it comes to situations like this. If there are a bunch of bad actors, in this case literally bad actors, that are sitting there and making problems for you and yours and your product, yeah, just fire them. Don't play games with them. Don't play games with them. Don't.
Yeah,
don't
like,
come in hot.
you can get people to pull in their heads real quick by making an example of people, which is why it's like, the traditional communist mode of action for every government they've ever had, which is, creates brittle, fragile states, sure. But there's a certain amount of making an example of people who are legitimately bad actors rather than arbitrarily selected people you don't like, which is what governments usually choose. That is going to be an effective way of getting people to play well, because there seems to be this sort of very strange there are no consequences to anything attitude amongst a lot of these people that have been working for Ho-Yo. I think, like, if somebody had handed me a golden goose like that, like a career making role that would allow me to be recognized by everybody and my work to be beloved by everybody in the West who plays a particular genre of game, I would be thrilled. I would not be dunking on the people who gave me the opportunity. I don't really understand the logic. Obviously, they've calculated internally that there is more credibility to be gained by grandstanding against their own employer than there is by, appreciating the blessing they've received. So,
well, let's say you're a voice actor for Ho-Yo and you work in that circle and all your friends are dunking on it. I guarantee you this is what most of it is. Most of these people couldn't find a conviction, on the front page of the wanted ads. Like, they just are like, oh, well, I'm not going to be able to jump on board with all my friends' discussions if I don't also go along with this, I guess. And whether they consciously recognize that's what they're thinking or not, I guarantee you that's their decision. That's as deep as it goes.
Yeah. Anywho, guys, we are an hour over time, by the way.
Yeah. So I was going to.
Holy crap! I just looked at the clock.
Yeah, I was going to say we need to wrap it. So yeah, more Ho-Yo-verse discussion this week and disappointment with Final Fantasy. But I will have. Next week's going to be a nightmare for me. I won't be able to go as fast or as deep in Star Rail. I had this week to burn, so I burned it as hard as I could. Because you just don't know when you're going to get free time anymore. So next week, maybe I'll be able to wrap up my my Star Rail stuff, and I can put that on the back burner and go back to slot filling the kitchen time until I find a single player game to latch onto.
Yeah, not sure how good my week's going to be either, because this coming week is the Grand Drunk Cowboy finale.
Another one?
I feel like I've heard you say that so many times now.
Yeah, the number 2 Drunk Cowboy weekend.
All right.
I have
So-
no idea how my next week's going to go. It could go. It looks like it's teetering on the edge of being very smooth or like unprecedentedly rocky, depending on some very finely balanced factors that I can't predict. In fact, I've got to be on a call on my day off tomorrow because
Oh.
there's a bunch of strategic stuff that is up in the air, and a lot of people are running around with their hair on fire over it.
Ugh.
Twirly does have a timer, even if you don't attack with him and just sit on him at a gas station. We'll just give up eventually. He'll have like 1
He
second left on the
absorbs
cool. You'll have like 1 second left on the cooldown when he gives up, but he will give up eventually. So, all right, folks. We'll come back with more week stuff and continue to keep you updated on the. For now, it's Hoyo stuff. We'll see what comes after the Hoyo stuff. But for now, that's where we're at. Hopefully, Final Fantasy gets his act together and we can get you some more coverage on that, or something new will grab us. Who knows? The future is currently uncertain. we will see you next week with whatever we got for media recommendations and stuff. Y'all got anything? I don't think so. Sayonara. Bye bye.